Oi, you, Dragon, you made fire before. Does it seem like there's something in this room that looks like it needs to be set on fire?
I look around. The fountain appears to be the only thing in the room.
Well, that's not how you do that. The DM tells you that the fountain
okay.
needs to be the only thing in the room.
My bad.
There continues to only be the fountain in the room.
There you go.
Thanks.
To your west, there is a door
Mhm.
made out of wood that,
Burn it.
again, in
Uh,
Draconic reads out, "Rebuke the dead, open the way."
oh no, more skeletons.
Oh dear.
If
Oh, I know.
you are within, say, like about 5 feet of the door, you kind of notice that there's also a draft coming in from underneath that is quite cold and chilly.
Huh. I don't feel comfortable lighting anything on fire until we clear out this room.
Well, I'm assuming the fountain doesn't look like there's a sconce or a oven or like a something that would be lit on fire on or around it.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it is merely just the fire that has the inscription. There's only the fountain with the inscription, "Let there be fire," written in Draconic.
Yeah, just short of just throwing something random in there and setting a light. I'm not sure what those instructions mean.
Pretty much.
So, shall we take our chances behind the door? Seems to be a bit chilly.
Alright, definitely
Not
going
sure
to be
what
undead back there. What do you think, Orc?
Orc smash.
Perfect. Alright, fucking crack the door. Let's do it. Alright, I'm going to listen first. This seems like an apt time to listen. Do I hear anything behind the chilly door?
You hit me with a perception check. You can kind of hear a very, now quite familiar sound of kind of bones and metal scraping together as there appears to be some movement inside, very reminiscent of the skeletons that you fought earlier.
Definitely skeletons in there, guys. How do we feel about being stabbed again?
Yeah, not great, eh? Last time was a bit of a bust.
Yeah, this time, how about we stay on this side of the doorway, yeah? Yeah? All in favour?
I'm gonna stand where I am.
Fair. Alright, I'm gonna take a side step. And, we ready?
If the orc could move in closer.
Good luck
Just-
getting
just,
him to do anything.
Just a couple of steps, mate.
Literally 5 feet.
That's it.
Thanks, mate.
Alright, so we hold here. They come in, they funnel in one at a time, alright? And then we bonk them. That way that we don't get surrounded and shanked. If there's if there's like skeleton archers in there, or God forbid, skeleton mages,
We run up the hallway.
abandoned plan. I don't know. I'm just hoping they're all going to be just short sword wielding. If there's something like a lich in there, I'm done. I'm out. See you, boys.
Everyone here is out if there's a lich in there.
If there's a lich in there, I'm running and coming back with the army.
The entire ravine needs to be a landfill project at that stage.
But I dare say we're not going to have to. It's probably just short swords. So, ready? Don't we have flash and clear? Can't we throw someone in there as a flashbang? Prepping that?
Does anyone have a flashbang that they've purchased earlier?
Wasn't it thunderclap?
I can use Thunder Wave.
Yeah. Can you?
But then everything in this
Yeah, alright. Fair enough.
I will remind everyone that earlier there was some thunder thighs clapping together, which is audible up to 100 feet.
Yeah, this
True.
is 300 feet. I don't, there's so many walls. I'm sure the echoes would make it very difficult to pinpoint a central location.
Not only that, but this is a weird mix of shit down here, and I'm pretty sure there's weird noises all the fucking time that everyone who has any sense just ignores.
True.
Mr. Cobalt back there sure did seem concerned.
Yeah, I wonder if he had more information for you guys. So are we opening this door?
Did anyone else get this weird feeling in the back of their neck that we're doing something wrong? Anyway, I open up the door.
Okay. Are you standing in front of pushing the door open or trying to push it open from the side?
From the side.
Okay. So the door opens up. I have forgot to promote certain things off the GM list. Have I? Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Okay, perfect. So as you push open the door, there's this click that you hear as a scythe comes swinging down, hitting anything that is standing here. And just right next to you, you just see this scythe appear.
Where's here?
Where's here? Can't see here.
Yep. You sure cannot see what I put on a layer that is invisible to you guys. So right here, oh god. Trying to do too many things. So a scythe just kind of clearly the door had been trapped to impale whoever tried to open it.
How close does it get to the orc?
Within 5 feet in the square 5 feet ahead of him.
Okay, so not that close.
Yeah, it's not a weapon of reach. It just kind of like swings down and would have made a meaty little hole in whatever it hit.
Nice. Anything else? What do you guys see? I can see the scythe, and that's it.
So I can't see anything on the far.
I think
thing.
that Proc is probably the main person who can see clearly into the room, with everyone else having trouble. Within the room, there is 5 dusty sarcophagi, 3 to the north and 2 to the south. Stand on end in the silent chamber. Each of the carved stone coffins resembles a noble, elf-like humanoid in ceremonial robes. An altar with images of dragons carved into it. Black obsidian is set in the center of the western wall. A small candle burns brightly on the altar. Next to the candle are a small whistle and a crystal flask.
Can I loot the scythe? Just pull it out of the ceiling trap?
God, let me try and think how I can mechanically let you try and do that. So probably about 10 foot above the door is where the actual scythe is connected to some sort of trap mechanism. You could try and grab onto the handle and just yank it down.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Sure, give me a strength check. Sure. You yanking, just manage to break it down off its thing. You have now in your possession a scythe that kind of has a slightly cracked handle.
Might be worth a gold.
Maybe.
I'm gonna add it to my inventory.
Go for it.
Is there a specific way I should do that, or do I just click the plus and then write scythe with cracked handle?
Plus scythe with cracked handle is okay, or you can go to the compendium and just search for scythe and just click and drag into your inventory.
Alright, I'll do that, because won't that come with like stats or something? That
Yeah, it will link to the
theoretically-
actual item description. I think that the cracked handle might make the resale quite a bit lower, but it still seems functional as a weapon. Damn. The room is as it is, as described. Is there anything you would like to do in this room?
Explore a
As
bit.
he's playing around.
Is there anything specific that you're trying to look for?
Scythe doesn't exist in my compendium, but sickle does. Does that count? Is that close enough?
Yes, it's close enough in my books. I'm guessing that the scythe is in the Dungeon Master's Guide, which I have not purchased.
Yeah, sure, that'll do.
In essence, very similar things, just shorter handle.
Let's just say I cut the cracked bit off the handle and it turns into a sickle.
Yeah, let's say that. That's fine.
Fuck
I'm
it,
okay
why
with that.
not? I sure am gonna sell it for like a silver. And moving on. Alright. Do not open the fucking sarcophagus. Yeah, nah, fuck this room. Fuck this room, guys, no chance. Nah. I'm telling them, don't fuck with it. We can come back later and exercise the lot of it. We are gonna get fucking demolished.
What's the light?
If we go fucking with this stuff, we're dead.
As you kind of walk up to the altar and kind of examine the light source, it appears to be a candle. Interestingly, it looks like there's either something special about the candle or it has been very, very recently lit, as there is no leaking of wax off the candle. It is just looks like a very normal candle burning away, but there's no pooling of wax in it.
I've said my piece on this. We will get absolutely annihilated if we go fucking with this. This is far too strong.
Kobolds and goblins don't use candles, I'd assume. And
No take candle.
so, who could have lit this? Are we thinking the traders' children are still not captives?
Mate, that candle could be an illusion, just luring us to go over there and look at it, setting off a trap in the process. It could be an enchanted candle that doesn't burn down. All I know is we didn't come here to exercise a tomb. We came here to find captives, and they're not in this room. Now, while I very much am out for smiting anything evil, and I'm for sure could fucking find some evil shit if we cracked into their tombs, it's currently not threatening anyone, and looks like it hasn't for quite some time.
But why is it here?
Tombs exist, and tomb's gonna tomb. We can come back later, but
What if the kids are in the sarcophagus?
then we'll be joining them shortly, I would assume. If we check the rest and then we don't find them, we can open the sarcophagus then.
Fair enough.
Or you can, and I'll be in a different room.
Alright, fine. But we're coming back.
Sure.
Just don't forget where the room is.
Nobody forget where I parked my car.
So, as we're kind of coming out, do I go up to the fountain with the torch and kind of just hover it, like kind of wave it about?
Yep.
Over the fountain.
Light appears to act as light do as you wave it about.
Cool.
There isn't anything in like. There's just a very intricate dragon designed in the center of this fountain with the inscription underneath.
Cool. Yep. When I look at the dragon's mouth, I assume there's nothing See
Are you stepping into the fountain and examining the dragon's mouth?
I was just leaning over.
Okay.
If that's possible.
You kind
Or
of lean
leaning as close
over.
as I can, yeah.
It definitely looks like this is a fountain and that the water does come from the mouth. There's kind of like that calcium deposit you get on waterways, kind of originating from that mouth area.
Your can just to let you know, your cantrip can be cast infinite amount of times to create bonfire. You could do
Yeah.
something like create a bonfire in its mouth with no
Under it.
penalty or cost, I
I
believe.
mean, yeah, okay. I mean, I can. I think it's kind of dumb, but yeah, okay. I'll cast bonfire on the fountain.
This magic bonfire sprouts from within the dragon's mouth, almost fully lighting the room. I'm done.
Cool. Thank you.
And, yep, that's pretty cool, I guess.
Thanks, DM.
You're welcome. I'm here to tell you what happens when you do things, not give you the answer to the riddles.
We can fuck with that later, but I don't think that's got anything to do with the reason we're down here. And I also don't feel like we are capable of genociding everything we come across down here.
Not yet.
I have no way of lighting it.
Mhm.
Giving it what it wants.
Uh,
We're going in here.
Check
we
that room.
we didn't check this hallway properly. This on the right here, this seems to be caved in. Is that right?
That's correct. So there appears that there used to be something here, but for the most part, the mountain has taken hold. Or the, not mountain, the like land, given that we're otherwise in a plain with a ravine. So the sides of that ravine have likely taken hold or something else, but it looks very natural.
Okay, so we either continue down the prison hall or we try this door.
Door.
We should. Door.
Yeah, door.
The orc says door.
Watch your head for scythes. You know what? Orc says door. Orc opens door. Off you go.
Oh, there's more doors inside.
Speaking of door, be right back.
Nice. You know what? Also be right back if he's going to be right back.
Huh.
I mean, I actually have to go to the door twice, so I'm waiting for the second time I've got to go to the door, but I did hear the be right back, so I'll give the description afterwards.
No worries.
In the back.
Welcome back. This guy's been and gone.
Yeah, he's got to open the door 2 times.
Hmm.
So, when I had the stuff delivered, I had a small little thing of tzatziki delivered, and the cover has like expanded to such a degree that I have a suspicion that if I was to eat the tzatziki, I'd be sick.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, it does not look like they've stored that correctly. So I've put it in the fridge for me to forget that I noticed that and deal with that later.
Enjoy.
So, as the orc pushes open the door, inside we find a empty chamber. Only things of note would be some rat droppings,
Tasty.
various stains, and a little bit more of those like disturbed dust where the footprints seem to continue forward towards the door.
Hold up, guys. Before you do that, I just had a thought. And with that, I walk back into the room. Okay, back in this room, I cast Divine Sense.
Okay, terrific. Can you drop the text for me so I remember how to elaborate? Okay. So you sense celestial fiends and undead within 60 feet. So if I 1, 2, 3, oh god, I will need an aid to see how far 60 feet is.
12 squares.
Okay. Now, what within 60 feet falls into those categories?
Also
So
behind, oh,
what was that?
behind total cover, so would only be limited to the room anyway.
Oh, right. Are you sure you want to use that, Jordo, then?
I get four uses of it per day, so yes. If it does nothing, shit
You
happens.
have a +3 in charisma?
Yes,
Why? Okay.
because my paladins work that way. Their charisma gets turned into extra damage.
So charisma is the spell casting modifier for paladins, as wisdom is for druids.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, makes like paladins good at social interactions, druid are good at actually seeing things. So the only thing that appears to be undead within this range of vision would have been part of that trap mechanism. There is something unholy and undead about the way it was constructed. It isn't held together and pieced together with engineering. It instead seems to have been somewhat alive in an undead way to make that attack.
Glad you've got an undead weapon.
Huh.
The
Well,
weapon
weapons.
itself wasn't, but more so the way in which the door and that trap was set up. Okay. It's not behind her.
Yeah, the full cover bit is confusing, sort of, to me. If there were undead inside these sarcophagus, would they be in full cover because they're behind the sarcophagus?
Yep. I did not know it worked that way, and I'm disappointed that that's the way it worked. You can thank Nick for pointing out that's how it works.
Yeah. It's a little bit weak in that case.
Yeah, it was one of the things I quite liked about it. So I guess then focusing on more the way I would like to see it work, you can definitely sense that there is something unholy about this space. The way in which the sarcophagi is constructed does not feel like a burial chamber that you would be familiar with. You feel that there is something untoward about this space, very unholy, and the altar does not make you feel good about being here.
Remind me what the inscription, not the "Let there be fire," the other inscription on the door was.
Sure, let me try and find where that's written. Rebuke the dead, open the way. I would probably say that although it is fading, it definitely felt like the door itself was undead before it was interacted with.
the door was undead?
Yeah, it's weird to say, but that is also how it's written. Specifically, it pretty much calls out if someone had have used something like turn undead, the door would have opened as a reaction to it.
Oh,
Why? I don't quite understand. Like, I understand what's happening in this room, but I also don't understand how a door can be undead when it's an inanimate object. And I'm trying my best to kind of
Huh.
speak to what's here.
yeah. Okay, so rebuke the dead. It means use turn on dead on it. All right.
Yeah.
Sure.
The
Right.
door itself, yep, that's a
Well, we're in.
yeah. Well, I guess my character wouldn't make a connection
Have
anyway.
we properly looked at this room? Having now cast on Holly, I'm divine sense. Can I see? Can I look specifically for more runes, any text, anything like that?
So the graves of these individuals or the sarcophagus are completely unnamed. There is merely, although each individually different, quite generic elf-ish looking creature in ceremonial robes. They are not necessarily focused towards the altar, they more so look directly across the room, not at each other, just there. The altar itself, I'd probably say, can you roll a perception check?
No.
So for the most part, it is made out of obsidian. You kind of know that obsidian tends to not be the choice of those who follow religious paths when they're constructing these sort of things, and tend to be used more heavily, but not exclusively, by more, let's say, evil deities. There's a bit of a stereotype around obsidian versus marble when it comes to the proper construction here, and you definitely sense that whoever has created this place of worship is a being that kind of goes against your own personal morals and principles. And I think the same would be true for Kellison, and I think Shrock, you just like the sound of your instruments.
Exactly.
Hmm.
So what's the difference? Like, what's insight good for?
Sorry, what are you asking?
What is insight good for?
Insight is your ability to gauge someone's nature and someone's intent. So,
Right.
where perception might be your ability to identify small details, insight is your ability to translate people's behavior and mannerisms into the actual intent. So, with a high perception, you'd have no fucking clue if someone's lying. But with insight, you would be able to pretty confidently say whether someone's being truthful, whether they're being reserved, and all of that.
So it's more social skill than a
Yep.
Yep. Cool.
Yep.
Right.
I think what you're thinking of might be arcana for knowing things about magical objects, and
Environment.
enchantments, and stuff.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay.
So
That's-
Arcana is just raw understanding of magic. Religion is the religious side, deities and radiant magics and the like, whether that's for good or for evil. Then you have history, which is world history and understanding of studies on things. And I think that there's one more of those kind of background checks. Let's see, religion,
Investigation.
nature. So nature is
Ah.
about your understanding of the world around you, and medicine is your specific knowledge of the way in which anatomy exists.
Hmm.
Cool.
Something fucky about this room, but I don't know what to do.
I think you decided that last time we were here.
Yeah, but then I
It's bothering him now.
yeah, and then I realized I have this thing that I could do.
Mhm.
I'm.
Well, we're no closer to knowing the truth. Let's go keep looking for
We could
those.
get the orc to go and blow out the candle. Oh god, he's doing it. Hold on, orc. That seems suicidal, and we might need you. I'm very sure blowing out the candle will do something bad.
Can I blow the
Yeah,
candle
absolutely.
from this far?
I want to be outside the room. If he's going anywhere near the candle, I'm out. I'm out of the room.
Well, we can't leave him to die.
We sure can. That is definitely a thing we can do. Can you? How far? Yeah, that ice spell thing you've been doing. How far can you do that? Is that touch
Which one?
or
The single target one?
the cantrip, the cheap one that you
Ah,
frostbite?
yeah,
Is it?
that's 90 yards or 90 feet. Sorry.
Well, we can stand outside the room and you can try and snuff the candle with frostbite and see what happens when the candle goes out.
Good question. Okay.
Because I feel like what might happen is that the door will seal and the sarcophagus are going to open and nasty skeleton dudes are going to come out and try to fucking murder us.
Sounds like an absolutely good.
The other thing is, you said that there were elven ceremonial engravings. Do I know anything more about that? Do I recognize the robes or the type of ceremony or the type of elf or anything like that?
So I was saying that it was absent of any engravings, so they're unmarked sarcophagi. I would say that you have a general sense that these are robes of worship, something that a group of individuals would wear collectively to participate in maybe ritualistic events. Although each of the elvish faces you're able to discern are slightly different, I wouldn't say that the actual bottom half, like neck down, changes substantially.
Okay, and there's no blood on the altar, is there? No fresh, especially fresh, but no blood of any kind?
The altar is very, very cleanly kept.
Okay.
There is no dust in the room. It is
Okay.
very, very clean and well preserved.
Okay.
Suspicious?
Oh yeah, super suspicious. That's why we're all standing outside of the room.
I'm also amazed that no one in the party has access to Mage Hand.
Yeah.
I've only just noticed that no one took that as a cantrip, and I'm realizing I think it's only Nick and Adrian who would have had that as a choice, but no long touch, only short touch.
So is the door itself still intact?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I'm gonna make a fog and then blow out the fucking candle. We all good with that?
Yeah, alright. Let's do that and see what absolute fuckery we awaken.
All right then.
I think this is a terrible idea, to be clear, but, have a bit of fun with it.
So you would draw a 4x4 circle. So I'm assuming
it's a 20-foot radius. So it's.
Can we take a hard save here?
Diameter. So how does fog work? Do we have to be in the fog to be?
It's a smoke grenade.
Yeah.
You can't see through it. You can't see things in it.
Into it. Okay. Oh, okay. We can't see it. Okay. All right then. But then how are we going to tell what's going to happen? And
yep. I'd save the fog for when we see what's in there and don't like it. Then you drop the fog on us and we run the fuck away. That's how I would personally use the fog.
We drop the fog on us? Yeah, all right. That's a good
idea.
idea.
Yeah, you drop the smoke grenade on us and we run away if something is in there that we very much can't handle.
All right, so I won't drop the fog just yet. We'll blow out the candle first and then... Okay. Cool. All right, then. It's 20-foot radius, so it's a 40-foot diameter circle.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, okay. Gonna cast Frostbite on the...
Is it really fucking 20-foot radius?
Yeah.
I could have sworn it was... That's fucking crazy.
It's huge, apparently.
Fucking hell. Oh, God. I cast it earlier and I only put it down as diameter, not radius. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, that would just fill a room of your choosing. Easily.
We'll probably fill both rooms if So
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So anyway, casting frostbite on the candle.
You kind of see as like the ice takes hold of the candle and it tries to grab at the flame, but no matter how hard you focus, all that really happens is a chillingness of the candle. The flame continues to burn strong.
See, I told you that candle was fucked.
So should we bring a candle to the fountain?
I've got candles if you want one, but I don't know that that'll work.
I think we need that candle.
Can we have the elf throw a javelin at the candle?
If the elf could roll to hit with javelin.
No, you want to do it? Here you go. I'll hand the orc a javelin.
Okay, if the orc can roll a d20 and add his dex modifier, I'm assuming you're not proficient in javelins.
Oh, okay. This is going to get real fucky, and he's just going to waste my javelins, isn't he? I see.
Oh no, you are proficient with javelins, so
Okay.
if you can roll a d20 plus 5.
Am I? Hand
Yes,
crossbow long.
javelin is considered a simple weapon, and you
Oh.
have simple
Yes.
weapon training.
Okay.
Well, he's got as much chance to hit as I do, so go for it, orc. I'll hand him a javelin. He can have one to waste.
Roll 1d20 plus 5. What is it?
You know, you could throw, like,
I
not
think
a
I get
javelin,
plus
but you
five.
know what, that's fine. The proficiency gives him plus 5, I believe.
Yep, perfect. Okay, so he just fucking piffs this javelin straight at the candle, bullseyeing it. The javelin just grabs a hold of the candle and just pins it against the back wall and kind of starts to like crack out the wax that is the candle as the flame on top, the very top of the candle, just continues to burn. As the candle is disturbed, you hear an eerie creaking of the sarcophagi.
You guys can't do that. No, get back there. You've got to listen to what he says.
As skeletons start to emerge out from under the sarcophagus's top. Can I get everyone to roll initiative, please?
How did he throw a fucking javelin between?
Between what?
Oh, fucking hell. Between both, through both of us.
He's just really upset that he didn't hit you in the back of the head.
We got out his way. Like, it's
Oh, for
fine.
fuck's sake.
Jesus Christ.
I'm
We
gonna
were
get
so
so
ready.
times.
We were so ready for it, and somehow they took us by surprise.
As you guys
Yeah,
have
that's pretty fucking dumb, isn't it?
prepared yourself for this encounter and ensured you've taken the proper precautions, you do have a surprise round on them where you can make a turn of actions before
Thank
they
you.
can emerge from the sarcophagus.
Given we're all extremely certain that this would happen.
We just stand there for like the 30 seconds it takes them to animate. And
I would say it would take them the full turn just to get out. Like, push the slab off of them and get out. But you know they're coming.
Yeah.
You know next turn they're going to be storming that door that John has decided to block.
You can block it for now. You can drop something there. Anyway, shouldn't metagame his abilities.
No, now I drop the fog and.
Shrock, you're up.
Oh yeah, right.
I mean, if
okay.
it's just the same, never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Just-
just cleaning up.
Just saying, there's no liches in that room.
I'm gonna mark one that I can see. Top right.
This one, or this one?
Number 3.
Okay. He seems unaffected by your mockery.
Uh-huh. Yeah, end turn.
If I could get Callison up
Is
next.
he staying where you are? Yep. Okay.
He's on low HP, by the way, so
I thought he was like only under. Okay. Cool.
he's on like 7.
Really?
He took 7.
Another
He's on
7. Oh, okay.
In character, how many rat bites would it take to kill you?
Yeah. How profusely are you still bleeding from the rat bites, and are they infected or not?
Yeah, sure. I'll just cast Frostbite on the one that Adrian attacked.
Mhm.
Just anyway. Now I have to go back to the other fucking. Oh, okay. He blocks it anyway, so I don't need to roll.
Yeah. Well,
And then move there.
get behind me, I say, to the dragon.
They're gonna pour in if we don't block it off. You're not gonna stand there and get hit by 3 of them.
Actually, how do attacks of opportunity work? If they're sidling around me, do I get an attack of opportunity, or is it only if they leave the adjacent squares?
It's only if they leave the adjacent squares.
Okay. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. I don't do that. As you were.
Because you would just have 5 skeletons on your face. Or 3. Yeah, anyway, that's end of my turn.
Over to Leon.
Okay. Yep, so take up the other position of the other side of the door.
Mhm.
And I ready an attack. Use a ready action on an attack.
Okay. Because you're the bottom of initiative, you're the last action of the round.
How does that work? I thought that stayed ready until my next turn.
Hmm.
Is that not how that works?
I'm literally have the thing over on my other screen, and I'm just checking. Sacrifice current action to have an automatic reaction to a specified trigger event. I guess it is nondescript. Sure. Let's say the specified event is anything that walks within your melee range that is hostile towards you.
Yeah.
You can then consume your reaction to activate that triggered action.
Yeah. I don't think it would make sense otherwise, because if you roll last on initiative, ready actions simply don't exist.
Mhm.
For you.
Never be able to, yeah.
Why would that be the case? Given rounds of 6 seconds, does it matter if I ready myself for the subsequent 6 after everyone else or before everyone? I don't know. I feel like it should be until my next turn.
So the first skeleton makes its way over. If you want to make your swing at it.
Wait,
What? Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, this is fine. Ignore me.
Taking a good little slash at it as it tries to walk by and makes an attack at Trop.
can it do that?
Sure can. Does a 12 hit?
No.
Did I hit it with my 16?
Yes.
Okay.
So you take a big gash out of it. It doesn't stand too well to the damage, but it's still kind of limping along.
Why didn't it roll for the...
For
Oh,
what?
right, of course. No, never mind. Didn't
Yeah, it rolled a 12 and missed.
Yeah, that was silly. My bad.
The next one coming into the doorway is going to take a swing downwards at you, Leon,
Mhm.
with a 7 to hit.
Nope.
The other 3 just kind of getting into that doorway, trying to clamber through, but the other 2 are kind of blocking it for him. This one is going to pull out a short bow. and make.
Fuckers.
I would say is there's two fucking skeletons between it and Shrock. Attack with disadvantage. Of 21 for 4 piercing damage.
At least it's only 4 damage. Jesus.
Yep, it hit.
And then the other two on the other side of the door. The bottom one will take a short bow shot at John. The top one will at Jordo. I would say because of the heavy wall cover, you're both under 3/4 cover ruling. So you're going to get +5 to your AC on these attacks.
Nice.
So even without it, I don't think either of those 13s hit.
Yep.
But whatever your AC is, +5. Assuming that all of those are proper misses, which I dare say they are, we can kick things off with as I scroll up.
Shrock.
Is it Shrock?
Shrock
Have I
on
scrolled too
12.
far?
Shrock on 12. Colossus on 10, and then me on 2.
Correct. I apologize. So Shrock, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Healing Word on myself.
Mhm. Nice.
That's a 6. And gonna use Dissonant Whisper on the one next to me.
How many spell slots has Shrock got?
Right now 3, and I've used 2 of them.
You used a healing word on yourself in the previous fight, and now you're using
Yeah.
2 now. So that would leave you with 0 after this?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. Sorry, you're using 2 now?
Yeah, I've used.
I thought this was your second spell.
I have total of 3. Because of
This
the
is his
past.
second healing spell, and then he's
Yeah.
using his third for Dissonant Whispers.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the dissonant whispers. My bad. "13 wisdom save."
Oh,
Rolled a 1 with a -1 on wisdom. Which one are you targeting with the dissonant whispers?
The one next to me.
Okay. With that, the echoing sound of those whispers just kind of eat away at whatever it is holding it together, and it just kind of falls to the ground.
Okay, how many damage did it take? 9 and 12 from Jordo earlier?
So definitely some.
9 and 7.
Yeah.
Okay, that's me done.
Okay. After that is going to be Callison.
so that skeleton dead?
Mhm.
Sorry, kind of. Yep, cool. Gonna create a bonfire under the one between me and Leon.
Mhm.
Oh, 2 damage. Well, it's better than a fucking frostbite. Oh, never mind.
Is it half or no damage?
Good question.
Okay, cool. So anything that now enters into that square also has to make the same dex saving throw as long as you've got it up to not take damage.
Yep. Yep. One action. I guess that's. Yep. That's it.
Cool. And then that brings us to Leon.
Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna take a great sword swing at the one that's directly north of me, adjacent. Nothing fancy, just try and smash it. Bugger. No such luck.
You're just not able to find purchase as you take the big swing at it. Lack of meat means that it's a smaller target.
All right, that's gonna do me. That's my turn.
Then rolling up to the top of combat, we'll probably see them shuffle more in. So this one is going to take a run at Rock for a 6 to hit.
Yeah, no.
Yep. The one that's just come in the doorway is going to swing up to the north for a 7 to hit.
Yep. No.
So on you, Pellison.
Everybody missing.
The one at the back is going to take a 3/4 short bow shot at you again, Leon.
Oh,
So
oh,
That still misses. Actually.
oh, that misses if I get my cover bonus. You were saying
Yep,
+5,
plus 5.
so 16 +5, so 21.
Yep. So it just misses. You kind of watch the arrow fly past your head. The other one is also going to, say it's going to try and like reach around with its short sword, but do so at disadvantage as it can't really get a good purchase around the door.
Does that hurt me?
Yes, but that's an 11 to hit on you.
So that's a definite no.
All right. Now, Shrock, you're up again.
Oh, so the middle skeleton takes a damage.
My apologies. Let me.
That's good.
So both of the. Oh, yeah. So the dex save was against DC 11. Do you want to click it again for the damage?
Holy fuck! My fucking rolls.
Oh yeah.
As it just kind of stands right in the hottest part of the fire as it just has flames licking up through its like
Skeleton,
near
right?
empty body.
Yeah, true. I guess fire really would. Anyway, okay.
What does it smell like when bones burn?
Wait, where did the skeleton next to me come from?
Pushed its way in. There's a dead one under you, under that one, and then they're just pushing their way through.
Okay,
They're just trying to walk forward into the bone grinder.
that wasn't the archer.
So technically, as you kind of take a moment to look at them, they all seem to have a small short sword and a bow that's kind of strapped across them. Even the ones that you fought earlier had bows on them. It's just they chose to fight in melee range.
No, I mean, the bottom left archer. Is it the one near the door now?
Yeah, so the bottom
Inside
left
the room?
archer is now this one,
Okay.
and the top one just stayed where it was.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Bardic Inspiration to Jordo.
Hey, thanks. Which instrument are you using for this?
Maybe bagpipes.
Keep it fresh. I hear the bagpipes from behind me, and it fills me with inspiration.
This
Casting,
must be how Pyre went into battle. Sorry, go.
casting that isn't an action, right?
Bonus action.
Okay. So I can still mock one of them.
And then you slap the bagpipes across the face of the skeleton in front of you.
Try to suffocate him with it, except he's a skeleton.
So you're using Vicious Mockery?
Yep. The one next to me.
Nice.
It looks pretty deflated. A lot of the almost vigor that you would say that the skeleton form held and its willingness to move forward just kind of slumps as like the shoulder blades just kind of sink down into the chest cavity that's there. As it just kind of not really sure whether this is really how it wants to continue its undead life or whether it should take pause and think about other career options.
So, just like us on Mondays.
As it makes those considerations, we move in to Callison.
Sure. I swing my spear at the one closest to Shrunk.
holding that spear out and giving her a nice old jab. Show me what you got.
11.
Unfortunately, as you grab the spear and try and find purchase within this skeleton form, you just find yourself spearing straight through the chest cavity, and it just loosely goes through, and you pull it back, and you're kind of not sure exactly where in this skeleton is damageable and not.
Especially with a piercing weapon, but I guess we're not going to go into that one just yet.
You take one bone off of its ribs.
You make a roll, I describe what happens.
Yeah.
Regardless of how it is, it's just fluff. I could just say, no, you miss it, move on.
No, I
This is not-
understand that. Well, yeah. I'm
As we move on, is there anything else you wanted to do?
Oh.
Okay, on to Leon.
Alright. Disregarding the one I aimed at before, which is now further into the room, I'm just going to attack the one adjacent, full health one to my north.
Mhm.
Give it the old chop. Oh, nice. And for the first time.
For the first time, are you doing it? Is this the moment?
Fucking, which fucking thing do I click for? There we go. And I absolutely fucking delete the skeleton.
Okay.
I erase its whole lineage. So here you go.
As you bring this greatsword down into the skeleton, you feel like this almost moment of pause right in the center of it. You've got the skeleton down to a single HP as this divine power radiates from your sword, dealing an additional 18 points of radiant damage. The actual bones of this skeleton just evaporate like Thanos has snapped his fingers. Instead of marking this as dead, I'm removing it from the game.
You don't even get any loot from this one. It's just gone.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck, I wish that made the
His
rest of this.
ancestors felt that one.
Somewhere an elf in a random forest gets a shimmer down his spine.
His ancestors felt that. Yeah. As Leon commits this act of complete and utter overkill for a situation.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anything else that you wanted to do with your turn?
Oh, I definitely can't now. That was my last spell slot. It was definitely worth it.
Alright. We can move then up to the top of the initiative order as we continue to see the skeletons spill in. The one now directly to your north, Jordo, is going to try and avenge his fallen brethren with a solid 7, being very fucking scared of the idea of also being erased from all existence. The one closest to Shrunk is going to 22 for 8 piercing damage. That is unfortunate. And the one at the back is going to, kind of looking at his whatevers friends, attempt to hit. The paladin is maybe going to try and make a disadvantaged attack at Callison with a 8. As a kind of short sword kind of waves around slightly around the door, but not even close enough to get close to you and hit you. We then move on to Callison.
The middle one is rolling for 1 damage again. Do I roll anything other than 1s and fucking 2s?
Yeah, it's a 1d8. Jesus Christ. You do
I believe
have
I
things.
I'm actually starting to wonder.
Is there something broken with your dice? I don't know.
Like how many ones in? Yeah. Well, anyway.
Calculation says it can be up to 8, so
I was gonna miss it anyway.
one day.
Yeah, it made the save regardless. So,
At least
something. Thank you for reminding me to do that. But yep, it makes a save.
Okay, I'm gonna cast frostbite on the one closest to the orc.
Mhm.
2. Wow, okay. Ones and
Make-
fucking twos.
Making a mental note, I'm going to have to teach this dragon how to fight skeletons.
Yeah, apparently.
As it just kind of becomes hard and rigid, and it's looking pretty beat up.
Skeleton gets hard? I didn't know there were bones in the penis.
Can I? So that's the end of my turn, but can I just do something?
What would you like to do?
Just spam my bonfire fucking spell and see how many times it rolls one.
You would like to disband, dismiss your bonfire?
Spam it.
Just spam the roll of the bonfire spell.
Oh,
Like, can I roll anything other
oh
than
my
one
god,
spell?
that sounds so annoying. You can do it 3 times.
Oh, there we are. One
There you go.
again.
You used your good roll on a spam.
Nice.
As we move on to Leon's turn.
Oops, sorry.
Wait, isn't it my turn?
No. It's Shrug and then Killisson and then me.
He didn't
And
have
then-
his turn.
No. Oh, god, why
Ah.
is the turn order looking wrong?
Oh, we skipped.
Yeah, it was Shrock, then Callison, right?
That's the
Did I skip your turn, Shrock?
Okay.
You did.
No.
Did I? If I did, like after the skeletons attack, did I give you an opportunity to take a turn?
No.
Okay, my bad.
Oh, right.
Take your turn now, and then we'll go to Leon. We'll retcon in your.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Bardic Inspiration to John.
So both Callison and Leon now have Bardic Inspiration.
Cool.
Can I?
Oh, yeah, I could use that.
Can I use it on myself?
You can inspire others. Doesn't seem so.
Yeah, fair. Okay.
Yeah, it actually explicitly says other than yourself.
Just gonna mock the one in front of me.
Go for it. Oh, it looks so fucking deflated at this stage. Like part of its pelvis kind of starts to tilt down, and like some of the fingers just kind of fall off to the ground for no particular reason. Like it's pretty much giving up at this stage. Like it's gonna try its best, but it knows its best will never be good enough now.
I want to hear Adrian start working in some of the insults he's actually saying into these skeletons to get responses.
I had a very conservative, very Singaporean girl who was playing a bard, and I very much made her role play out the insults. It was so meek. It was funny the first few times, but she felt so uncomfortable doing it.
That would only make it funnier.
Oh, it was. Everyone enjoyed it but her.
I feel like I'm gonna get the same experience as her.
Okay. Was there anything else, Shock?
Nope.
Okay. On to Leon.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep chopping forward into the bone grinder, I guess, and do the exact same thing, taking a swipe at the one directly adjacent to me to the north. Ooh.
Yep.
Whoa. No, I've done ignore the 11 radiant.
Mm-hmm.
It's 'cause
I was
ticked the
planning
box.
to.
Yeah, I ticked the box and apparently that means it auto applies to all my swings. That is not accurate. Only the slashing damage goes through.
Yes, so you definitely find really good purchase, and you think you've got it, but like there's just this little bit of life essence still holding it together. It looks so close to death. And like proper death, not undeath.
I don't
Anything
suppose
else?
she can't use my Bardic Inspiration now.
Not to deal additional damage, only to secure hits or make saving throws.
Yeah.
No. Wait.
Ability checks.
I have that.
So I am allowed to use it. Like, I'm allowed to roll, see that I've rolled a 10, and then be like, yep, use it. I don't have to say
Yeah,
before I
so
roll.
you get to see, like, once you put down the roll, before I say whether you're successful or not, you can choose to use the Bardic Inspiration on that roll. But you can't wait for me to tell you the success or failure.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's going to be some leniency if I speak too fast to say,
Yeah.
oh, well, I'm good, but
So it's basically using my own internal knowledge of whether or not of the skeleton's AC to know whether or not I should use it.
So, Smite is considered a feature, not a spell. So he wouldn't have been able to use that magical inspiration. If John hits them with a frostbite, he would then be able to use it in that scenario.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, that 11 damage. That's my turn. Back around to the Skelly boys.
Okay. Sorry, I was just looking at magical inspiration. It's actually quite new in D&D 5e, so I wasn't actually that familiar with it, but it's good for me to know. Okay, onwards to the Skelly boys. So I'm going to go right to left. So the one in front of Shrock is going to make a attack. A 16 to hit.
I'm dead.
So let's. Yes. So as the Skelly boy drives a bit too deep into Shrock, Shrock just kind of loses his life essence as he just kind of slumps to the ground. The one in the who's just come through the doorway is going to take a swing at Callison, and the one behind it will also do the same. Obviously,
Ouch.
a disadvantage. So the first one is a nat 20 for
Yep.
6, and the second one is a very clear miss, as it continues to try and attack you, but really doesn't have a good depth perception. Like, it's just kind of flailing its sword like it looks like it would hurt if you just stood a bit closer to it. Which is very little reassurance when you have just been stabbed by the other one.
Yeah, true.
Okay. So from there, Shock, can I get you to make your first death saving throw?
Good.
Okay.
Nailed it.
That's a success. Let me just quickly check orcs for a moment. There's something that half orcs have that I was surprised that orcs didn't have, if that's the case. Just one moment of pause. Why? Why don't orcs have them? No. After that, it was Callison.
I'm gonna try to stab the rightmost one.
Mhm.
Hey.
As you stab it with the spear, you kind of find the right point and you really drive it in there. And as you pull your spear away, the energy holding the skeleton together just kind of lets it fall to the ground. Leon?
Yeah, that endurance thing half orcs get. Interesting that orcs don't get it. That makes very little sense.
I'm also very confused by that. So, Adrian, for context, if half orcs have something called something endurance, in essence, when you hit 0 for the first time between long rests, you instead just go to 1. And I was very surprised that for whatever reason, that is not a part of orcs. It's only a part of half orcs.
So
And I just find that very confusing to why it would only be for half orcs and not full orcs.
What are they half of anyway?
Assume the only thing willing to fuck an orc, or the only thing willing to fuck the other half of anything half, is human. Honestly, the least weird version of all of these is like Dragonborn, which is kind of half human, half dragon. And that's only because really old dragons can assume human form.
Hmm. But the others.
Half elf. That's also pretty normal.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, like the most like natural. Like you could have at birth a fucking dragonborn without ever knowing you fucked a dragon. You're gonna know if you fucked an elf.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 Right.
Carlson,
So-
anything else?
No, that's all.
All right, Leon, up to you.
The one directly north of me, is that super damaged?
Oh yeah,
Track. Yeah.
oh yeah.
1 HP.
If I try to swing at the one through the doorway, I get disadvantage.
Correct.
Do I incur an attack of opportunity if I was to move to here?
No.
Okay. I am going to do that.
Mhm.
Yeah, so take a sidestep, and then I am gonna give Shrock a back rub and lay on hands him for all 10 points.
Oh, thanks.
So shock, you're good. You got 10 HP. You're currently prone, but you know you can get up and you can get back into the fight.
Okay.
Yeah, just a thing I can do once per long rest. As you can read there, I can just heal you for 10 if I can touch you.
It's not even. You can touch a creature from that. So it's not actually once per long rest. You have 10 healing points, and you can allocate any amount each time you do it.
So I could technically just heal you for 1, get you back up so that you're back in the fight, and then keep the other 9 points for healing. But I'm just going to blow 10 and get you back up. I'm not going to worry too much about that. Micromanaging it.
We could save HP points so you can cure diseases and poisons.
I could, but we're all running really low on resources at this point, and I feel like we're going to need a long rest if we're staying down here anyway.
Sure.
It's a metagaming, but like at this point we've got no spell slots, we're running out of all this shit. I feel like keeping a anyway meaningless ramble. Yeah, that takes an action, so that's my turn.
All right. Onwards to the Skelecons. Yeah. And for the most part, not pay too much attention to that. Follow the same order. The one just outside the door is going to make a normal attack against Kellison, and the one behind the door is going to make a disadvantage attack. So that's 9 and 11, which I don't think either hit.
No.
So again, it's taking swipe, 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 swipe. Nothing. Top of the round, we're up on Shock.
Vicious Mockery on the closest one.
As the skeleton just kind of turns to you, not really understanding what you're trying to say to it. But for just the briefest moment, you can just see a tear roll down out of its eye socket as all the bones just sink to the ground. Anything else, or is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. After Shock is Callison.
Cool. I guess I'll move then. I assume it can't get me. It couldn't.
I'm saying that it can't. The door's too tight to make good opportunities through those movements.
And then cast Frostbite.
Mhm.
So can I use? Am I using the Bardic inspiration to the rolling to hit or the damage, or is it both? It just
Apparently
doesn't say
either.
which one. Okay.
One or the other.
So obviously, frostbite isn't a roll to hit thing; it's a
Sure.
saving thing. But you get to expend that dice by picking one thing that is affected by your spell that turn and adding that to the dice roll. So I'll give you the con save first before you choose to exclude that, which
I got that then.
looking at that number,
Hey, I rolled a 6.
yeah, see, you do roll good.
Yeah.
That's the highest number that dice does.
Yeah. Sure, so I
Um,
could have added it to the damage.
Yes, so you would have been able to do another d6 worth of damage there, but unfortunately did make it save
Yep,
and
sure.
is not affected by the frostbite.
I kind of thought for a moment I could like make the spell save higher for it somehow.
Unfortunately,
But
no.
it doesn't work that way. No, cool.
Yeah, the other thing is, like, if you were to cast a fireball and use that die, you could only pick one of the things hit by the fireball to take the additional damage.
Huh. Okay, cool.
All right.
Yeah, end of my turn.
Up to Leon.
Yep. Into the doorway and give it the old chop through the doorway.
Mm-hmm. Bang.
Oh,
as you-
hold on. I still have my bardic inspiration die. I never did use that. I add that to the damage.
So the magical inspiration only applies with restoring hit points or dealing damage through spells.
Oh, through spells. Okay, never mind. I mean, yeah, that's fine.
But you definitely do get a very meaty hit with
Yeah.
your greatsword just kind of dragging through it. It's looking pretty beaten, worn. It's fairly fucking close as it takes its swing back at you. 10 to hit, which assuming probably isn't good enough.
Nope, chainmail 16.
Oh yeah. Shrock.
It's gonna get another fucking insult kill.
Only way to secure kills.
Aww.
It would have. It would have. But it's got resilience. It's got grit. It isn't going to fall for your mocking words. What is it? The guy who just died in front of him? No, he's still undead. Anything else, Trock? Otherwise, we're up to Callison.
Oh, sorry.
He's
Nope.
already pressed a button.
Sorry.
All good.
Oh, for fuck's
This
sake.
guy is like, no, you spellcasters, you
Fucking
ain't shit. You know what? I've lived by the sword, I die by the sword.
Yeah,
And
yep, end of my turn.
nope,
He
apparently
does
not.
not die by the sword as he takes another swing at Leon for a 9.
And nothing happens this entire turn. And back around to the insult.
Come on, Trock.
Towards him harder.
You know, he takes a little heed of your word, but not quite. Like, it's not enough.
Oof.
He can do better than you. He can live through this. He doesn't need anyone healing him. He can do this all on his own. As we move on to Callison.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. I lived by the sword, I died by the sword.
Fucking Terminator here.
He
Oh,
died by the sword.
Hey, we did it. Good work, team. Alright. Oh, at some point we forgot about the bonfire and I'm now standing in it.
yeah.
No, oh, did you not drop it?
I mean, I certainly didn't think about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it
fine.
does require concentration, so that checks.
Yep, pretty much. Forgot about it, you dropped the spell.
I didn't drop this, but no. Like, I didn't.
What we're saying is that
Yeah, I know what you're
you,
saying.
the person playing the game, forgot to tell us
Yeah.
that was. Then we're
I forgot.
translating it to your character, forgot that he was channeling a spell and he'd go bye-bye.
Yep, yeah, I get it.
Doesn't matter. Didn't really affect the outcome much. Cool.
It affects how much damage you take.
And the bonfire springs back to life underneath me. No.
Can we take a long rest?
Sure, try. I'm going to loot these things first in case there's somehow some valuable on one of them.
Yeah, what, you're looking for a bow? Orc.
True.
I need a crossbow.
Okay. You find 39 copper and 11 silver pieces.
Oh,
Nice.
There
Alright. sorry.
are some pretty heavily worn short bows. You could probably use them, but they're probably not worth it to sell as they look as old as these skeletal remains look. In terms of your ability to know how to use those sort of weapons, a short bow is considered a simple ranged weapon. So, as you know how to use simple weapons, you'd be fine with a short bow. But if you got your hands on a long bow, you wouldn't know how to use it correctly.
Okay, maybe I'll take one of the short bows then.
Sure. You grab a short bow and enough arrows that we don't track arrows because that's really annoying.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to divide up the money.
You two take 4 silver each. I'll take 3 silver and a copper.
Sure.
Quick math.
Done. I gained 4 silver.
Mhm.
And I'm now ignoring the rest of the math. I walk into the room and pick up my fucking javelin from skewering the candle.
Yep. The candle just kind of falls behind the altar. Still alight.
Weird fucking thing.
On the altar, you still see that same crystal vial and a whistle.
Hey, Orc, new instrument for you here. Oh, whistle. Whistle! I don't touch the whistle, but I point at it.
Wait, the arc left.
Huh?
What?
What?
The Orc laughed.
No, left the game.
Oh no!
Oh no.
The Orc phases out into nothing.
He says, "Be right back. I'm going to the bathroom," as he never rejoins.
The Orc has gone to join the Tiefling.
I was looking for how much money we had from the previous fight.
Oh, you got 4 silver.
No, not this one, the earlier one.
Oh, I see.
You got 3 silver, 5 copper from the first loot, and then you got another 4 silver.
Okay, thanks.
So you'll be on 5 copper, 7 silver, plus whatever you started with. Minus anything you bought, but I don't think you bought anything.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, where's that whistle?
It's on the altar, next to a crystal vial and a candle that won't go out.
Okay, I'm picking up the whistle.
Okay. The whistle kind of resembles almost like a tiny little dragon. It's almost kind of very expensive cosmetic sort of thing. Otherwise, it just kind of looks mostly like a normal whistle. You do note that there is some engravings on the side of it, but you're not sure what language it's engraved in.
Okay, can I ask my friends about it?
Of course you can.
Who are your friends?
Oh,
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So remember earlier when we were talking about, you know, making characters that played as a party?
oh god, does Adrian need to roll 1d6 psychic damage for that vicious mockery?
I think he needs the wisdom saving throws. He was the victim.
Oh, alright, yeah. Okay, so who are you asking? And how are you asking them?
I'm gonna ask both of you. Any of you know about these runes?
Oh, I guess I look at it.
So the other two of you, I'm just cleaning up the skeletons so that they're not there anymore because it makes my screen easier to deal with. What languages do Callison and Leon know?
Common, Elvish, Draconic.
Common, Draconic, Druidic, and Primordial.
Okay. No.
Huh.
No one specifically knows. I would say that if anyone has proficiency in history, they could take a guess at what language it is.
I do not.
Nope.
I have proficiency in religion, but that's the closest thing.
Yeah. Just kind of not sure what what's
Should we-
written on the side.
Okay. Yep. Cool.
Surprising, but nope. Sorry, old buddy. No idea what that says. Looks like you got a shiny new whistle.
I'm gonna try it outside.
Could I apply insight into how what purpose it would?
Can you roll
Yeah.
arcane for me?
Oh, okay. No.
Cool dragon.
Yeah.
Alright. Now I'm looking at the crystal vial. What does it contain anything? Does the vial contain a liquid, perhaps?
So as you kind of swish it around a
No,
little
no,
bit,
I'm not picking it up. I ain't touching anything in this fucking room. I'm just looking at it on the altar.
as you just leave it on the altar untouched, you kind of look and it's got, I wouldn't say murky, but I would definitely say like it's not a single substance on the outlook. It's got a very, what looks like viscous liquid inside that is almost constantly in motion. And it's almost got like a dull red glow to it.
It's a lava lamp.
He's not wrong.
Alright, hey, Dragon. Alright, you want this? I wouldn't advise drinking it, but I'm assuming somewhere someone will buy it. It's the most
Sure.
valuable thing we've found. I mean, I'm offering it to you because I can't be fucked taking it and dealing with it. I'll take something else later.
Sure. I'll pick it up first, see what it feels like, see if it does like I don't know, see like if it.
Hang on a second. No, never mind.
I'll just see if it like changes properties at all while holding it for like 10 seconds or so, and
It does seem like a very thick, viscous liquid.
Yeah.
Obviously, like you've handled potions before, and they're much more like thicker than water comparatively, but this is almost like a sludge.
cool. And it doesn't like grow cold or hot or like do
There's a
anything like that.
natural warmth to it.
Yep. And besides that, like yeah, cool. So I'll stash it in my backpack then.
Sure. I'm not sure if anyone has the spell Identify to be able to identify magic items.
No,
Cool.
Identify. No.
don't think any of our classes can even get it.
That could be possible.
Yeah, where's that tiefling gone? Alright, and I look at the candle. I mean, should we do anything with this? It looks kind of like a candle that will never go out. That could be useful, but also kind of annoying. Yeah, you can fuck with the candle if you want. While he does that, I'm gonna look at the sarcophagus and see if there's anything inside any of the sarcophagus that they are now open.
Okay, go and get a investigation check from you.
No.
There seems to be a lot of empty space. And then can I get perception from someone who was looking at the altar? Or if two people are proficient, then let's do an advantage on someone. Work it out.
I am proficient in perception.
Anyone else?
Not proficient.
I am a bit.
Proficiency is the tick box next to it on your character sheet. If it is ticked, you are proficient. If it is not, you are not.
I am.
Okay.
You two pick who does it.
I have +2 to it, so
I am 3.
you have +3 to perception. All yours.
I'm clicking it.
I'm waiting.
Click the button to the right of the number.
Like the actual word.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
And you kind of look around. It seems just to be some sort of altar, quite well made. There doesn't seem to be anything else hidden within it. Just plain altar.
How do I add my short bow to my weapons?
So if you select the compendium, so the eye in the top right, the eye in the circle, accesses the compendium of the Roll20 screen, not your character sheet. So you've got the chat, the journal, and then the eye in a circle, the top of the chat window. No idea where I'm watching your mouse go, my dude. Up, up. There goes the mouse. Up. Oh, God.
In Roll20?
Mm-hmm. So in Roll20, in our chat window, at the very top, you've got the different tabs. The eye in the circle is the compendium.
Oh, okay.
From there, if you type in shortbow, that should bring up the search. I think that's the back button.
That's my push to talk.
Oh, yeah, don't do that. Jordo's already fixed that, but
Yeah, the way you want to do that, Adrian, is add it to your bookmarks and then open it in a fresh tab from a bookmark, and it will have no history of the tab. And so your back button won't actually have anywhere to go back. Oh yeah, we were going to take a long rest as well, but not in this room. God, no. Wow, to be fair, like, what's going to happen in this room? We killed him. Oh, we could get sealed in. Yeah, let's do it elsewhere.
then once it finally comes up, you should be able to click and drag into your character sheet, and it just works from there.
Thanks.
Oh, there's all the perception rolls.
That was many. Yep. Mm-hmm. And then if you open up the little icon next to the it's already there. It's already in your shopper. It's all set up.
Thank you.
Can we tell how long we've been down here?
At your best guess, you haven't taken a short rest since you got here.
No.
At your best guess, you'd say you've been down here a solid 10 minutes.
Fair. I mean, we've only had we talked to a kobold.
You'd be here less than an hour at this stage.
Yeah, talked to a kobold, checked some rooms, killed some rats, killed some skellies. That's all we've done.
Yeah. You haven't been down here long.
So I picked up the candle.
Mhm.
I guess I assumed that nothing would happen when I picked up the candle, which is probably bad of me. So did anything happen when I actually touched the candle?
So, can you do another arcane check for me?
Just 1 second. Oh, thank God.
Perfect. So, you suspect that someone has enchanted this candle with a continual flame spell. So, this candle is not actually ablaze, but instead is enchanted to constantly be aflame.
I see. Okay. So that doesn't mean that like the candle itself is like magical at all.
No, it appears from the way that the wax just got cut away that it's likely even just the tip of the wick that is enchanted with a flame spell, and the rest of the candle was ornamental.
Cool. Well,
If you do choose to put it in your pockets, remember it doesn't stop burning.
no, I hold it in my free hand and carry it out to the fountain.
I follow along, keeping roughly behind him.
Again, you're presented with a fountain, dragon, draconic ruins underneath. How would you like
So
to proceed?
I shall try to use the candle's flame to light the dragon's mouth, which again I don't hold high hopes for, but while we're here,
How would you like to try and light the dragon's mouth with it?
I'll just hold,
Remembering the dragon is made out of a sort of stone material.
just waving it in front of the, like holding it up in front of it.
Kind of holding the candle up in front of the dragon.
Yeah.
Nothing really happens.
Cool. Yep. Look at the other two.
Maybe if you get closer?
Let out a sigh and climb into the fountain.
As you climb into the fountain, you feel that the ground in the fountain itself is fairly dry. It hasn't been wet for quite a long time.
Yeah.
Right up. Does the pipe in the dragon's mouth lead anywhere? Can you see down the throat of the dragon? Is it just a water pipe, or is anything interesting?
Having noticed the residue of what looks like water coming through the mouth, or like assume that water comes through there.
Mhm.
I did at some point. Feel relatively safe, kind of just having a look.
As you get like real close to it and like really get your eye up to look down the throat of the dragon, yeah, you're pretty confident that it's just a water pipe.
Cool.
Alright, man, maybe chuck the candle down the throat of the dragon and be done with it.
I get back out of the fountain and then place the candle on the dry kind of bed of the fountain and kind of just leave it at that.
Yeah, you successfully place the candle on the ground.
Roll for athletics. You do your hammy, try to put the candle down. Oh dear.
Yep, sure done with that. Okay.
Pretty much. Let there be fire is what it says. Let there be
Do you say
fire.
that in common or in draconic?
Okay, I guess I read the rune out loud in Draconic. Just muttering to myself.
As you're muttering to yourself the rune in Draconic, you hear like a little bubbling of water as water starts to pour
The fuck?
Cool.
out of the mouth of the dragon.
Okay, that's...
Water itself has an interesting red hue to it. It's not just plain water. There's something special about the liquid that is pouring out, as it's almost glittering with little specks of red arcaneness.
Huh. Is that the same liquid that's in that vial? Can you,
No,
compare them?
this is much thinner.
Okay. Hey, Orc, you thirsty?
No.
Someone's got to try it. It could be a full health restore. That's how this works.
Where's the fire?
What happened to the
Yeah,
candle?
where's the candle? It's just It's just pure gas that comes out. Fucking boom.
So is the orc drinking the mysterious liquid in the fountain?
Yeah, why not?
Oh
Right.
shit!
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm not going to stop him.
Now you've had you've done a few pub crawls in your day, and you're kind of used to some pretty harsh spirits. There's something really raw about this. Like it really, really tastes like it's so close to such a pure ethanol that you almost don't taste how alcoholic it is until like it's really in your stomach and you can kind of feel this queasiness in your stomach and this burning through your throat. You
Mm-hmm.
almost let out like a light belch, and when you do, there's a little puff of flames.
Ooh.
Within the next hour, you will have access to a breath or a fire breath,
Nice.
in that is single target within 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
That has to make a DC 13 saving throw or take quite a bit of fire damage. We'll get to it if you try and use it.
Huh.
Wait.
So, how is it?
It's hot.
What, like hot sauce or?
No, it's worse than hot sauce.
And as he kind of
Burning.
tries to say this, there's just little smoke, like a black smoke that's kind of coming out of his mouth and nose as he's trying to talk.
Is he gonna die? I whisper to the dragon. Is he dying? Is that like acid or something?
Can I roll a medicine check, or is
Yeah.
any?
It's a medicine check.
I'm not sure what I'm. Oops.
Determine to see if you think the orc drank
Oh, no,
acid.
okay. Yeah, I guess.
With an
see it.
11.
Yeah.
It's not too high. But you definitely know he shouldn't be doing this. There shouldn't be smoke coming from his mouth. That's not how orcs work. You're fairly sure that he'd be writhing in pain if it was something serious, but
Yeah. Sure.
he also shouldn't be breathing, like coughing up smoke as he talks.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
so-
he should be okay. For now.
Do you guys want some?
I'll pass,
Mm.
mate.
You still have like an empty vial from from you shoving that health potion down his throat earlier? If you've got an empty vial, then you fill it with the vial. Or give it to me, and I'll fill the vial with it.
Is it, can we do that? Okay, if you can do that, then sure. I'll hand you the empty potion of healing.
Yeah, and I try to fill it with I fill the glass bottle
Mhm.
with the water liquid.
Yep. Okay. So you kind of fill the vial with it, or the little potion, and you've got a little potion stashed away. I don't know if anyone else is trying to do anything, but right now you kind of see that the dirt underneath is kind of starting to absorb all this liquid, and it's slowly seeping out.
So it's seeping out of the fountain.
It's seeping down into the base of the fountain, something underneath.
Is there any more liquid coming out of the mouth?
Oh, so like it's draining down there.
And it seems to slowly be draining out of the well.
Oh, it's not an infinite fountain. That's
Mhm.
a finite resource. Okay. Well, I tucked the potion away. What would you like me to add to my inventory?
I'm just seeing if anyone else has any way of collecting any more of it.
No, I have nothing.
Feels-
empty
like this
water
shit-
thing, but that's pretty dumb.
Feels like this shit's pretty valuable and it's just kind of draining away, but I got nothing else and I'm not drinking it.
Okay.
Maybe
Well-
it'll cycle around.
I mean, you could always speak the words again.
Yeah, I'm not going to in case it, like there's a limited amount and we waste more of it. But yeah.
Phew.
How do I put this into my inventory from there?
Because of the way the game is hard,
Okay.
it isn't actually considered an item in the game because it's specific to the setting. So you will need to do one of those big old copy pastes.
Okay.
But Adrian, for your reference, within the next hour, you have access to 3 uses of this.
Okay.
Same.
Mostly because although you should need to identify this, because it's
Yeah.
not an item, I can't fucking keep track of it. And it's going to be really hard, so I'm just kind of being explicit here.
Like,
We
yeah,
still need to identify your other mysterious potion as well as whatever the fuck that whistle was. So, are you guys trying to find a place to rest? Are you exploring more?
We need a place to rest, but we've been down here for like an hour, and the guy already said to us that we're under a time limit.
I'm sure the orc needs some help. Needs to regain his.
This is feeling like an impossible quest. We know we've still got goblins down here. We know we've got kobolds. There's just undead all over the place if we open the wrong door, and we're running on fumes. Don't feel
So
good
you want
about
to go back empty-handed?
Well, I don't think sitting down in a random corner down here and getting some shut-eye is the right call. I know the only way safe is if we go back up to that caravan up there. But we've been down here for an hour and we go back up there empty-handed. The guy's going to think we just sat on our ass for...
Well, we need a rest, so.
If we don't, we're going to die.
So are we carrying on or going back to the kobold's room?
You want to be bunkmates with the kobold.
He seems friendly so far.
He will fucking stab you in your sleep
Well,
and take your shinies.
Well, I don't like
Yeah.
one of us doesn't have to short rest. Like one of us can stay guard.
Play cards with the kobold. Don't have any good options here.
Right.
Well,
Are you hurt at all?
I'm beat, mate, but no. I'm not hurt. Just tired.
Right. So can you keep guard? Me and Orc have a rest. Or do you need one as well?
Well, so straight up I have 0 spell slots left.
Cool.
I don't know how it works when one of you stands guard and the rest sleep. Don't know if that's allowed or if it makes even any difference to the outcome, because if you're all asleep and the enemies find you, I'm pretty sure the DM won't just be like, and the goblins cut your throat in your sleep, campaign over. I'm pretty sure they'll, like, you wake up to goblins entering the room. And then you
Disadvantage, yeah.
fight.
To a surprise attack, yeah.
Yeah.
Which might as
It
well be
sure
death.
depends on the sort of enemy that you're caught by. So anything that sees you as a possession of value may try and capture you so that they can do something else with you that is greater value than just watching you die. Because they can capture you, take all your shit, and then all that's left is your life of value, and then try and find someone to buy you. Alternatively, if they're like certain creatures, certain evil things will just try and kill you for the fun of it. Some will just try and attack you and realize that you're stronger than a single attack can handle. Like, sure, depends. When it comes to the mechanics of resting, a long rest is 8 hours, and you need someone, and you can't do something for more than 2 hours of that 8 hours. So if you're watching, guarding for 2 hours, while everyone else is asleep for 6 hours, you can kind of get the mechanics of that. With a short rest, if everyone's just idly, like it doesn't require sleep, so your passive perception there can kick in. But if anyone wants to actively try and keep watch, then they wouldn't be getting the benefits of the short rest.
So you're not sleeping on a short rest, though? Or
There's no sleeping in a short rest. It's just resting, soft focus, not really doing anything specific.
Sitting down for a breather.
Yeah. So if you're sitting down for a breather, then your perception is purely based on your passive perception, not on your active.
what does that mean?
So on your character sheet, you'll have a thing called passive perception at the bottom of all of your skills.
Oh, okay. Yep.
That is, in essence, like the lowest. Like, this is without me ever asking you to roll perception. This is the indicator of what your perception is. If someone has stealth and you're not actively looking for them, I use that as my reference against their stealth check. And if they are trying to sneak around you and roll lower than that, then I highlight, hey, you kind of see this thing sulking around.
Cool. Right, so can we just have a short rest here?
If that's all you want, why don't we pick a room that isn't a direct walkway, like the cleanest one of the cells up there, and, well, actually, they could just easily lock us in and surprise us. Don't like any of these rooms.
Isn't this room the cleanest?
I mean, that
Yep.
room's safe, but do you trust the weird, creepy, undead door that tried to murder us?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, you did remove the sickle.
It's true, but
But
the
evil
door
door
itself is apparently
itself.
undead, so the door just shifts itself back in place. Ah, fuck it. Alright, this room's probably the safest.
Can't you smite the door?
I guess if we get stuck in here, then I just go to sleep, wake up, and smite the shit out of the door. That'll probably do it.
Are you doing short or long rest?
Sure.
Short.
I am full HP and full hit dice, so I'll stand active guard.
Okay. Do you want to
And
roll
you won't get
perception?
your spell when you won't get your spells. Don't.
Short rests do not restore spell slots in the
Ah,
first
right.
place.
Well then, okay, cool. All right. Then.
It only uses hit dice to restore HP, so the only reason we would short rest is if you guys are not at full HP right now, which I can't see or tell.
No, the elf is pretty. I mean, the orc. Sorry, is pretty beaten up. Remember, you just had to res him.
He's at 10 out of 18, I believe.
Was he? Oh, yeah.
Is yeah, I am.
And you are at...
Am I allowed to say that?
It's bad form to say raw HP values. You should be like, oh, fuck, I'm really beaten up, or like, no, I'm alright, bit bruised, but I'm okay, that kind of thing.
Okay, cool. Well then, yeah, I'd say I'm doing okay. I can push on a little bit.
Right. So the only benefit we would get would be if we got a full night's sleep and got our spells back. That's the only reason we would take a break. But doing that down here, like, is there like a thing of like quality of sleep or anything? You just fucking take a long rest in a sarcophagus and you're good to go.
Yeah, you can take a long rest in a sarcophagus.
You can.
Can you confirm that that is the action you're currently taking?
No.
Please be explicit here. Anyway, there are certain conditions that make resting hard. However, as long as it's an okay place to be awake in, it's probably an okay place to be asleep in for the purpose of rest.
I think we're just gonna have to make a mistake here and take a long rest because I don't fancy our chances against any real form of combat without any of our resources. That's probably the wrong call. We probably just meant to brute force forward a bit more. Taking a sleep in the dungeon when the dude you're trying to help is probably just around the corner.
Yeah, I'm not sure either way, so I can't really.
Yeah, me
have any
neither.
more input to that.
That's where general inexperience is gonna fuck us. Like,
I mean, what's to stop you from long resting in every fucking room? I don't know.
Scott can answer that. Well, he does. I might just be right back and go to the toilet.
Then you won't know.
Oh, I know already.
Oh, well then, okay.
So, when you long rest, there is a period of time where you're idle, obviously. So, if anything is aware of your presence while you're taking a long rest, they may either reinforce their current position, rearrange where things are, inform other people, or actively try and find you.
Sure.
The fun thing is, you'll never know.
Also, how does not how to say it without like leashing work, to use a WoW term? Like if we're in a room and then use the fog of war and well, not fog of war, but like use the fog and then get out of vision of the enemies, how long would they chase or try to pursue? And would they be able to, given multiple paths to choose?
Sure. So the ways in which that is carried out differs from situation to situation. If you're dealing with very dumb creatures, they will maybe either chase you or just kind of give up, depending on how territorial they are. If they just kind of want to keep to their space and you fuck off from their space, a lot of creatures are kind of like, okay. Things that are set on hunting you once they are aware of your presence but aren't very smart will disperse in a more random order. So if you had 6 things chasing you and you found yourself at a T or a full junction where there's 3 other directions that they could go, then you'd probably see 2, 2, 2 fan out.
Sure.
And then I might just kind of behind the screen roll a couple of whatever dice to kind of make decisions from there on how they fan out and how they disperse. If it is an intelligent creature that is set on chasing you, it might do things like survival checks, or it might try and think about, is there a way in which it could lay an ambush? Do you need to come back the way that it's last seen you?
Sure.
Could it just kind of sit there and just wait?
But the options of running away are there.
Yep. Especially like frontline scouts would very heavily have at least one person kind of run away to inform the greater group in things that have some base level intelligence.
Oh, right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, cool. Didn't think about it that way.
Given I don't think Gorgo is resting, are you guys taking a short rest or trying to make yourselves for a long rest?
I don't mind a short rest.
Sure. You get your hit dice back on a long rest anyway, don't you? I think I asked that
You're
before.
up to half your level. So as
Ah,
your
okay.
level 2, on a long
Yep.
rest you get one of your hit dice backs, but right now I think you all have 2 hit dice at your disposal.
Yeah.
It's one of the very few mechanics in the entire game where it's kind of like maybe you should spend 2 nights in a location as opposed to 1.
Yeah, it seems like we should have a short rest and heal up and
Yep. You
hold
guys
out.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say you guys roll that hit dice to do such, and I believe Adrian, you have a Song of Rest that you can leverage.
Uh-huh.
And I'm back. Oh no.
There you go.
So what are we doing?
Taking a short rest.
Okay.
So, John, because of Adrian's Song of Rest, you also get to roll a 1d6 to restore hit points, separate from your hit dice pool. So as long as you expend hit dice to regain hit points, you can leverage the bard's suddenly actually good music now. It's really making you feel reinvigorated. Earlier he
He's
was
using the
doing this.
whistle.
He has yet to blow into the whistle.
Cool. Well, that was relaxing. Thanks, Strahd. All right then.
Otherwise, it is. Otherwise, it's mostly uneventful. You don't hear any footsteps, or you don't hear anything moving about. There's definitely other things happening down here, but nothing has happened in the room adjacent to you.
Nice. Well, that's what you want when you're taking a rest. All right, you guys you got your breather? You ready to go?
Yep.
Nice sit down. Let's find the people we came here to find so we can leave.
Oh, the door's open now.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
always
wait,
open.
we
We opened it, and then I decided, you know what? I'm not
that's
done with the riddle.
All right. What are we doing on this door?
Yes, what are you doing on this door?
Right. I can't remember this room. Did we inspect this room when we opened the door?
Pretty
No.
sure we did we? No.
Alright,
You
well-
came in here, I gave the description of the room, and then you got really concerned that you might have left something behind.
Yeah. Alright, doing this room again. I walk in, do the whole, what do I see in this room?
Okay. Scroll. This empty chamber is home only to rat droppings and stains.
Kind of stains. It's fine. I'm joking. Don't TM at me, I'm sorry. Okay. Why does this room exist?
To the north, you see a door.
This room doesn't need to exist. It's just an airlock. Alright, well, fucking what kind of door is to the north?
It appears to be made out of wood.
Okay, unlike the undead stone door in the other room. That's good.
Are you an evil door?
Are you asking that in common or draconic?
I'll ask it in draconic, since this has been draconic rune so far.
I just look at him as he talks to a door,
The door does not answer.
Oh,
squint at him.
I shrug and look at the door.
The door.
Okay, then, mate.
No. The door remains a door, and it appears, to the best of your knowledge, is an inanimate object.
Hmm. Okay, there's probably some indication of which way we should be going, as in which way the goblins are.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to make a survival check?
Well, I had the idea, so I'll roll a survival check, even though I'm pretty sure I'm not the highest stat, but, well, that was a mistake.
Yeah. You can see something has been walking through to this door from the tracks in the dust. No idea what. No idea how many. Just definitely. Well, maybe you guys were in here earlier.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, you make a good point. We should follow the fucking human tracks, right?
Huh.
Huh.
That's thinking like a druid.
There's definitely some boot prints in there somewhere.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
okay, so
Some of them look like your own boot prints.
Yeah, cool.
Maybe some of them aren't your boot prints. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I would assume that'd be kind of easy to tell because we got an orc and a fucking dragonborn, and like the only other one
Maybe.
that's human
Human
sized.
half elf, I'd say,
half-elf.
have very similar feet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Um,
And I've been doing a
I
lot of walking around.
specifically asked you to remove the part of your backstory that spoke about your feet.
What? Where'd that come from?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So they could just be Jordo's tracks. They could be anyone's tracks.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But next room we get to roll again.
Okay.
Again, alright.
Can I go back
Welcome
out to
to
this
Dungeon
hallway?
Crawl.
Yeah. So can I go? I'm going back out this hallway to check the footprints down the hallway to see if they went north.
Oh, I've sure done a lot of walking up and down this hallway. Remember the rats?
Okay. That's right. Yep. Thank you for pointing out the rats. Okay, we walk up to where the rats used to be, and okay.
Do you want to look for tracks with survival or look around with perception?
They're both +2 and nothing. I'll do survival, I suppose.
Okay.
Something different.
Mhm.
Off.
Can I?
To your north, it just seems to be dusty. There doesn't seem to be anything there.
Can I roll for perception?
Please. Oh, okay. John's tripped a trap. Can you roll for perception, Adrian? Regardless, it wasn't high enough to detect the trap.
Oh.
Really?
Give me a sec.
Rip in, John.
Oh no.
It's the guillotine again.
Sure, hope not.
Probably just another one of those trapdoors. See you, mate.
Hey, I would have failed the fucking perception check anyway, and like would have been like, okay.
True. Here's the trick for making your way around dungeons. Don't go first.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm really frustrated with the guide because I don't actually see the trap in the notes to what the trap there is on a map.
Oh, well, I guess it doesn't exist then.
Oh, God, why are you asking me to reference another page? There's no pages in this guide. So there we go. Can you give me a dexterity saving throw?
Sounds worse than it is, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Off.
So I'm just going to move your token. As you went to take a step forward into this section, the entirety of that 10 foot by 10 foot square just slides down as you try and put your foot on it and quickly pull your foot back. You kind of see down that there's a lot of like loose metals and other random things, and what kind of looks like a few aged corpses.
Can you
As
tell what kind of corpses they are?
if you roll me a medical check, as the trapdoor kind of makes that big
What?
bang, does it just slowly click, click, click,
Oh,
click?
Can I ask the dragon instead? Hey, what do you think those corpses are? Because he's got better medicine than me.
Wow. Oh wait. Yes. No.
Fuck. That's a
How does that work?
fucking one. That's a
I've
one.
got proficiency, so it
Yes.
does it work as a
What? No.
doesn't it have advantage because
No.
so how does okay.
You get +4 to your roll, and
Yeah,
you rolled
yeah.
a 1, so you rolled the.
So how does the proficiency work? Like, don't you?
Sure. So on your skills, there's two things to be considerate of. The first is the type of skill it is. So with medicine, I believe it's intelligence or wisdom, maybe?
Wisdom. Yeah.
Wisdom. So you get to add your ability modifier for wisdom, which you have +2 in.
Yeah.
In addition to that, you'll also have a proficiency bonus where anything you're proficient in, you are better at doing than anything you don't have proficiency in, which is the little tick next to
Yeah.
medicine. So instead of just getting +2, you get +4. That proficiency bonus then scales with your level. So as you level up,
Oh,
you
okay.
get better at the things you're good at.
Proficient. Yeah. Sure.
So on a natural one, you're fairly confident they're dead. They
Yeah.
are smaller than human, so you're pretty confident that it wasn't the merchant's children, unless the merchant's children were actually children. Then maybe.
They're just 10-year-olds wandering into a fucking ancient ruin.
Yep. Been pretty shaken up after just missing that fucking death trap. Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you. They're dead.
Hey, you're role playing.
Yeah.
Hey, York, what do you think the corpses are?
So how does? Oh, sorry. So to continue on, then how proficiency just? How do you? Of course.
Orc whips out a monocle. Well, you see, I think.
So, I'm going to be a bit more realistic about how this occurs. Given the information that the Dragonborn has said about these small creatures, the orc is able to also just see that their skin is green, and they're too small to be orc, so must be goblin. And he is somehow correct. You were asking, John?
Sorry, regarding someone rolling for something and then having someone with proficiency helping them with the roll.
Mhm.
How did that work with advantage then, or is
Okay,
that a second
So,
roll?
what this is written within D&D do not really explain the best way of handling these situations. So there's many ways that they're approached at different tables. The way in which I do it is that I don't want everyone at a table to roll every time anyone wants to check something,
Yeah.
because they might luck out and have a higher dice roll. It just bogs down every game until people just sit there rolling until they get a good roll. So in these situations, I would say that the person who has asked for it, or the person with the highest of that, would be the one rolling for it. But you can help other people perform tasks. That is something within D&D. So if you have another person who is proficient in the same thing you're trying to do, at that point I would say you're capable of working in a team to be able to overcome a goal. So you can roll, like the person who's better at it rolls with advantage.
Right. So then, wouldn't that apply to my roll on medicine then?
Does anyone else have proficiency in medicine?
No.
No, I'm the one with proficiency. So
Yeah,
he asked for my help, so I
Yeah,
roll
okay.
with advantage on the.
Then
so
I
what I
should have.
would say is the person who's best at it would be the one is commonly the one with proficiency. If there's a second person with proficiency who can help you in carrying it out, that's when I would say it applies.
Oh,
I
okay.
would normally disregard the role Adrian did. I just thought it was funny to say what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so then,
You're the only one who
Jordan.
can do
So I
medicine.
rolled, and I don't get the benefit of 2 dice rolls. But if Jordan rolled, then
I
he
don't
would
have
get 1.
proficiency based on what
Yeah.
Scooter's rules, house
The
rules
both
are.
of us have to have proficiency.
We would
Yeah.
both need proficiency to
Oh,
get any
okay.
benefit.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
Right.
If Jordan was the one rolling, it would have just been a lower bonus, and you
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to help him because he doesn't know how to take your help because he's
Oh,
not
I see.
proficiency
Okay,
in
sure.
medicine.
Okay.
So
All right.
both
Cool.
parties need proficiency.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Got it now. Thank you. Cool. Thank you.
That other bit was probably important because there's many a time where people who aren't proficient somehow have higher bonuses than people who are proficient, but that's a whole different subject.
like Adrian
yeah.
being proficient in investigation, but only having +1 because his intelligence is a dumpster.
+2 -1.
Quick maths.
Well,
Okay, so you are aware that directly in front of you is a trapdoor.
okay then. Shall we go the well? What can we see in the distance there?
Oh.
Can you see?
On the north wall holds a dry fountain carved with an overarching divining dragon. A faint rotten stench permeates the space ahead of you, and it kind of lightly wafts down. There is something quite dead. Maybe whatever's in the trap, maybe something else.
Is it the same dragon head as the one at the south room?
Like the other dragon, it seems to be quite well maintained. However, again, the fountain does look to be dry.
Is there any runes at the base of it this time? Can I see that?
What do your half-elf and I see? 20, 30, 40. Yeah, I would say that you're able to ascertain that there is clearly some draconic runes under the dragon. However, from that distance, and given the low light situations in that room, unless you can find a way of having more light at that end, you would struggle to be able to clearly read what it says.
I know. How far can I jump?
How far can you what?
Jump. Can I jump this trap?
You gotta jump back.
So let me look up the rules for jumping. I was already in the process of looking it up, hoping it would be on my DM sheet, but I'm actually not seeing it, and that's pissing me off.
Oh, can I conjure a bonfire.
Of course, yeah, that was the solution I'd hoped you'd go with, but he is trying to line up the jump. I want to make sure everyone knows the rules.
I would definitely, if I saw the orc trying to get ready for a jump, I'd be like, "Hey, that's
So there's
Don't
two
do that.
forms of jumping.
dangerous."
Two forms. There's multiple forms of jumping. The first one is a long jump. We're trying to make a jump over a gap. Yep, kind of like what you're lining yourself up to do. So as long as you've been able to run for 10 feet, you can make what is considered a long jump. When you make, you can cover a number of feet up to your strength score, assuming that you have that 10 feet of movement. So I don't know what your strength is off the top of my head. I think it's 11.
It's 8.
8. So if you have
Minus 1.
10 feet of running, you can jump 8 feet.
As in, as far as you can walk. You just tripped down the trap.
Doesn't my acrobatics skill
So
have an effect?
alternatively, if you want to jump up, like straight up, you can jump a distance of 3 plus your strength modifier. So you could jump as high as 2 feet.
Okay.
I just deleted a room.
No, you deleted yourself.
Oh, the fuck's
Goodbye,
that?
John's token.
Oh god,
Oh, no.
please don't tell me you do that.
I didn't do that.
Oh, that is just so much work to set up again.
I'm sorry.
Goodbye, John's token.
I was deleting my drawing.
So the acrobatics
How do I put it
skill
back?
isn't helpful in jumping in any form.
Athletics can be leveraged to be able to jump further than you're allowed. And I would say that for an athletics ability check of DC 10 allows you to jump as high as you plan to jump. Jump as far as your long jump would allow you to, and you would have to beat it by 2 for every additional feat that you want to get. So I would say a DC 14 athletics check to get the extra 2 feet you need to make a 10-foot jump.
Now, before you do that, Orc, I just want to point out that my strength score is such that I can just clear this without needing to do any rolls.
So while you guys are arguing about who's more athletics,
The dragon has disappeared to the fucking ether.
oh god, give me a sec. There you go. Should be back now. I hope. Oh god, is it HP? AC, done. Save, done. Cool. You should be back.
Or maybe I'll give it one of those refreshes.
I can see the token.
Yeah, that's why it's
Do I have
considered.
a torch? Maybe I need a torch equipped.
Oh yeah, I haven't reconfigured your vision. Give me a sec. This is why it's frustrating because
Yeah,
there's so many settings that I just should not have to deal with as like recurring, because these are all things that you'll always be like every time I drag your token on, these are things that are constant. Like, is this a player token? Yes, of course it's a fucking player token. I just dragged a player character sheet onto the map. So, creating a bonfire at the edge, you can kind of make out what the general shapes of, but to really be able to read what it says, I want you to make a perception check.
Sure. 1 second, just need to get my the perception. Where is it?
Okay. Looking at it, you're not 100% confident in what you see.
Yep.
You're fairly confident that the last word is either death or misery. but it definitely reads the same as it did before. So it's either let there be death or let there be misery. What is everyone doing now?
Do you say it out loud?
Yeah,
Knowing that
so-
when you say it out loud, it happens. The action's the thing.
Yep. So it's kind of yep. Okay, so that's what I will not say it out loud in Draconic. I will say it out loud in. I'll say that the seems like the other fountain, but this one is more about death than fire. And I don't think we'll be wanting to drink from this one.
Yeah. Well. Okay. So if we say the thing, the fountain will fill up with poison,
Presumably.
something that kills, which could be useful if we wanted to poison our weapons, or
As we don't
poison
have any,
vials.
yeah, we don't have any spare flasks, so
I'm gonna jump over there.
Mhm.
I get a 10-foot run up, do everything by the book, and then I have 16 strength, leading me to believe I can make a full 15-foot jump over to the other side of the trap
Oh, yeah.
square safely. Do I make it?
Yep. Don't even have to roll for it. Enjoy your strength.
Yes. Thanks. All right, landing over the other side, I just tell the others, just wait over there a sec. Don't risk yourselves. This is fine. I got this. And look around the room from
Okay.
a new perspective.
Sure. Tell me, what do your half elven eyes see?
Well, I give you what? Perception?
Perception. If you're trying to look around the room to see if there's anything of danger.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Now that I'm closer, I guess the things I want to look at are the rune and get the full reading because I'm close and it's well lit. The door that seems to be on the left side, what kind of door it is, and in case there's any other traps.
Yep, there's a trap right
Jesus Christ.
there. Right before the other door that is currently shut.
Fuck me.
Having a closer look at it, you can see that it very clearly says death. Although death and misery, the runes in Draconic look quite similar. It is definitely let there be death.
All right. Let there be death. I say it out loud in Draconic and see what happens.
Okay. So, as you say, let there be death, this space here fills with a green gas
Fuck.
originating from the throat of the dragon in the fountain. Can you please make a DC 10 Constitution saving throw? You just make it. So you only take half damage. So you take 3 damage and you are considered poisoned for the next minute.
I don't know what that means, but okay. All right, and I want to get the fuck out of the room. So can I just do a jumper back over to where they are?
So you have disadvantage on attacks and ability checks. Given that it is still within your space to do so without an ability check, you can make that jump without issue, but you're kind of coughing and wheezing for the next minute, so you probably want to just take a moment.
Damn, I thought that would be liquid. I thought I was gonna poison my blade. I didn't expect it to be gas. Why is there a fountain for fucking gas? All right, well, I'm sitting myself down. I'm sitting down and waiting a minute.
Mm-hmm. Anything anyone else wants to do?
just give him a moment. Ask him if he saw anything else while over there.
I just cough.
Yep, cool.
Cough and give him a finger.
Now, Adrian, what sort of noise are you trying to play on your horn?
Haven't really thought about it.
Was it something like a wah wah?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay.
All right.
So, given Leon a moment to regain his normal breathing and that, and learn from his mistake of looking at things. How dare you try and interact with the mechanic?
I wanted poison weapon.
I'm sure you did. I'd probably say at this stage, because we took a half-hour short rest, that there's probably only about 20 minutes left on that breath weapon for you, Adrian, from when you drank directly from the previous fountain.
Yep.
Just as a note, but you still have the 3 charges there. And obviously, Leon, you have the potion of more.
Oh, yeah.
How would you guys like to proceed?
All right. Well, fuck that room. Let's go back down the only other path available to us, and the way the footprints lead. Okay, it's a wooden door I remember from earlier, so I guess sidle up and get ready. And I guess I'll do the normal thing. I'll give it a quick listen.
Well, there's definitely something down this way, but it's distant.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's pretty silent.
Okay. All right. Well, I will crack open the door and have a look. See.
Everyone in position?
Yep. I'll get in.
Ooh.
Fuck are they?
So bear with me a moment as I adjust the layers that I'm looking at. So ahead of you is a 10-foot wide hallway that is strewn with sharp caltrops. On the northern wall passage to the room beyond is a partially blockaded by rough mortared 3-foot high wall made out of almost like a scrap of bricks and stones and anything that has kind of been salvaged from some of the collapsed rooms, filled in with a very cheap mortar. As you push open the door, you hear on the other side of the door a bell ring.
Fuck.
As you kind of push over, 2 goblins pop up from behind the wall that they're using as a sort of 3/4 cover, and can I get everyone to roll for initiative?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so we're going to go with the goblins taking a surprise round as they were kind of waiting for the noise of the door opening. I'm going to say that you're behind 3/4 cover, so they're not going to have a good shot at you, and then we'll start the normal round of combat. I think, Leon, you're closest, so I would say 12 and 7. Both, I'm fairly sure, miss.
Correct.
As they kind of pop up and go bang bang with their little short bows, and just kind
Sorry.
of looking over 3/4 cover, trying their best, but completely missing you as you kind of open the door with the side of your hand off to the side. Which brings us to the top of the initiative, and I will get Callison to start things off.
Cool.
In case he hasn't seen it, I point out the caltrops to him.
Well, yeah, I kind of noticed those.
I don't know if I'm allowed to do that on not my turn.
Something very simple and short.
I'm sure you can
Fine.
point at them. Yeah. Maybe.
Just yell trap.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
That will get me in the room real quick.
Trap runs into the room.
So, seeing as they're quite obvious, I assume I know what caltrops are.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Spiky.
So, I mean, I sure don't want to step on them. So, do they count as heavy terrain, or
Sorry, I'm
do I
using
need
a
to like?
single chip. So any creature that enters the area must succeed a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or stop moving and taking 1 piercing damage. So every time you try and take a step,
Mm,
you've got to
sure,
make a DC 15 saving throw or take a single point of damage.
sure. So, like, seeing weighing up that there's like at least in my viewable range, at least 4 fucking or 20 feet worth of fucking caltrops. I don't particularly want to go running through that. So, yeah, okay. I can't actually see from where the fucking goblins are, so I'm going to create a. Can I create a bonfire on a caltropped tile?
So, sorry, let me add one additional piece of clarity as I'm looking through. Once you notice there's caltrops, you can choose to move at half speed without having to make the save.
Oh, okay.
So you can either move at a pace of 15 feet, which is half your 30 feet of movement, or you can, every 5 feet, make that check to see if you stand on pointy things or not.
Right, cool. So I can move onto a tile for like 10 movement speed.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Every 5 is considered 10.
Yeah, cool. So I do that. I step into the room and being able to see where the fucking goblins are, I cast frostbite on the leftmost one.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right,
It
then.
unfortunately makes it safe.
Yep. And then spend, so that's 5,
25
10,
so far.
25. Okay, I'll take 5 to move off.
Mhm. Correct.
That's my speed. That's turn.
Yep. You're now considered in full cover and they can't do shit.
Yep.
Okay. The next up is going to be Shrock.
Gonna move up there and use one of my fire breaths.
Against left or right?
Neither are damaged, right? So
Correct.
right one.
Mhm. Okay. Now I've got to remember how the fucking thing works. So
Did I input it right?
okay, so I need to make a DC 13 saving throw to either take that or halve it. Fine.
Remove 3 from the damage.
Okay.
Should be just 14.
14, so 7 points of damage. So although this goblin was it the left or right?
The right one.
So although the goblin manages to jump out of the way, the absolute audacity of this breath weapon just still in a small explosion hits it and knocks it out.
Ooh.
Leaving
That is
just one
surprising.
left.
Wow.
And I end my turn.
Mhm.
So me next.
I believe that is correct, yes.
I look at the orc that is now breathing fire and go, the fuck? When did you learn to do that? And I use 10 feet of movement to move in one square,
Mhm.
another 10 feet of movement to move a second square, and
Mhm.
then 5 feet of movement having to roll the DC 15, I believe it was. What was that against?
I believe it was Dex. It is Dex.
Okay, so succeed that
Yep.
one. And then the next one, and then I have to do it again. Okay, so I take a step on one at the last second.
Still within range to make a nice little swing.
So I take 1 damage from the caltrops and bring the greatsword down on the last remaining goblin, hopefully.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I do, but it's super damaging, but that's okay.
Oh yeah, it is very close to death. You kind of realize that goblins are like children. They die real quick. This child does not have much life left in it. It has so little life, it's going to run away. So now that oh god, is it its turn? Yes, right.
Yes.
Perfect. So it is going to attempt to run away. Can you give me an opportunity of attack? It does not run away.
Stabbed in the back.
It is made of death.
Okay. I would like to step off of the caltrops and look around.
I go in for my turn and notice 2 dead goblins.
Essence.
So we can just move through here freely, right?
Can we sweep the caltrops or like?
Do you have a broom?
Would you like to stop and collect all the caltrops?
Not collect them, but like sweep them, like use the shield or the spear. Or
Just push them to the side so you can
Yeah.
freely move. Okay. Do you want to shift them to the right or the left side?
I can't tell where the door is down the end of the hall. I assume
In the center.
Yeah, cool. So it doesn't really matter. I'll move them to the left side.
Cool. So I'm just going to put a little bit of green for the good side of the room now.
Cool. Thank you.
It takes you maybe at most 5 minutes to just kind of push them all to the side.
While he does that, I look around and loot the goblins.
So you are able to find 30 copper pieces and 4 silver pieces.
I can take the one. 1 silver.
Yeah, I'll take 1 silver as well.
Okay, I'll take 2 silver, and you guys can have 15 copper each.
So what's in this room? Is that a fireplace?
What was that?
What's in the room?
And is that a
The
fireplace?
filth on the floor, the stain on the walls, shabby hides and a fire pit attest to years of use in this room, as seen at the hands of creatures unconcerned with hygiene. On the eastern side of the southern wall is crudely mortared half wall, complete with a small little step, so that the goblins were able to step and look over this short wall.
That's it?
Yep.
Cool.
They're sure it's just a whole bunch of fucking fecal matter and some rucksacks.
Okay. I'd like to make sure to earmark one of the goblins. I don't want to take it with me yet, but the intent that if we're going to head back this way and go back to and talk to our good friend the kobold, I'm going to bring one of the heads of these goblins back.
Sorry, were you trying to bring a head or an ear?
Oh, is that a thing I can just do? Like bring an ear? Is that just like an established thing that happens? Okay, I'll bring a goblin ear. I'll bring 2 goblin ears. That's fine.
Neither of these things are established. You're just butchering a dead goblin. How do you want to butcher the dead goblin?
If we're going back to
Like, you're thinking very small scale. If you thought every goblin you kill you would take the head off of, like, you've got carry capacity here.
I know. That's yeah. Yeah, the goblin will believe me if I show him 2 ears. I take 2 left ears
Mhm.
off the goblins.
Just marking your inventory. Goblin ear, left. 2.
And how much do they weigh each?
I would say that they're mostly negligible. I would say that maybe if you put them as 0.1, would be enough.
Cool. That's that done. All right. And I check out the next room. No, I don't open it yet. Sorry, what's the door? What's the next door in front of us here?
Like the last door, it is a wooden door that just seems to be on normal hinges.
Okay, and give it a quick listen.
You can hear something in the next room.
Okay. Is it loud? Talking?
I would say that it is a language that you don't understand, but it seems to be laden with someone trying to shush someone else. I probably would say that it's just kind of occasional between like someone trying to say something, sure what, and then just shush, shush.
All right.
So
So
what's the math?
more goblins. You ready?
Sure.
Always.
Okay. Hey, Orc, you still breathing fire?
Uh-huh.
No, he can still breathe fire.
Technically, no, but for the sake of this game, let's say he understands that he's got 2 charges left.
Perfect. We're ready. Kick the door in.
The door opens.
All right, checking for traps.
Sure, give me a perception. You look down the hallway. You're fairly confident that there isn't anything laden in traps here. It looks pretty okay.
Okay, and proceed to the
Mhm.
corner where I'm standing. And
Yep.
kind of look around the corner carefully.
Kind of looking around the corner, you can see a number of dummies that have arrows shot into them. Looks like maybe a target practice range.
Okay, that's it.
Yep.
Take another step.
You can see, obviously, on that far side, a single door. But you're fairly certain that the room continues to wrap around as you kind of see the floor littered with a few spent arrows.
And I walk another step.
Okay. So as you kind of wrap around that step, you see a wall very much like the previous wall, where it is just kind of like poorly constructed, 3-foot high cover. As you kind of come around and you're trying to be very, let's say, stealthy with your approach, can I get a quick stealth check?
Sure. Yeah, that was always going to happen. That's okay.
Yep. Forgot you're heavily armored. Probably not the best person to scout.
That's okay.
As there's this of your mail coming around the corner, you see again goblins pop up behind that short cover. Try their best to make a shot at you. Actually, could you actually see those goblins? Were they visible to you?
I can see I can see one and then half of the other. I'd say there's only one that has any chance of hitting me.
Yeah. So I would say one gets a shot at you with like a normal straight roll. The other is that 3/4 cover situation. All 3 will fire. Only 2 of them have any fucking shot. So the first one is going to throw for an 18 for 3.
Ow.
The second is going to go for a 13 for 4.
Yep, the first one hits for 3.
Sure. And the third one fires anyway, not knowing that you're there. Just sees the other 2 fire and just tries.
Oh, he trying his best. So I see a third arrow just swing past and hit the training dummy or something.
Yeah, it just kind of bounces off the wall and perfectly hits the dummy for some odd reason.
Alright.
So we either roll new initiative or keep the old one. I don't know if you guys want to just hit the button again.
Guess we'll do it fresh.
Sure, let's go fresh.
That's how I guess it would happen if it was a video game.
Yep.
Jesus.
Well, if I was going to roll low, that was the time to do it.
Sure. Shrock, would you like to commence this session?
Okay.
Who? One of them's fucked.
What even they fucking make the fucking saving throw and it's still fucking
One shot's
murders
that.
him?
The fire breath doesn't have an AoE, right?
Correct.
Unfortunately not, no.
Okay, I will be using fire breath on the leftmost one.
Hit us with that dice roll.
It's 15.
15.
15 damage, yeah.
I'm going to skip the as which of the 3 goblins would you like to not get a chance?
The left one.
He doesn't get to play.
The left one. The left one just looks like a deer in headlights. As you just let out this obnoxious belching noise. It doesn't know why this orc has just stepped out. Why there was an orc with humans. And for all intensive purposes, it doesn't know anything anymore.
It's gotta be the most random thing. Like,
Neon, you're up next.
sees a half elf in armor creeping around. It's kind of expecting it. Fucking pips an arrow at it, gets it, and then just an orc comes around and burps fire at it. The fuck?
I'm a dragon now.
Yep, yelling and charging in. I'm going for the one on the right with the good old trusty overhead cleave with the greatsword.
Sure.
Yep.
So you see this goblin kind of cowering behind this short little bit of cover that probably only comes up a little bit past your waist at best. It reaches up to try and deflect your strike with a great sword with a little wooden shield, and your greatsword does not care that it tried to do that. At all. Just fucking zero. Although it makes perfect contact with your greatsword cuts through it, its arm, and the remainder of its body.
Splat. Alright, that's the end of my turn.
I suppose it doesn't really matter which one is.
Uh,
The only middle one.
Yeah, middle one, yeah, cool. So
Yeah,
I try and
yes.
stab the middle one.
as you rush up like a compatriot did, grabbing that spear, just shoving it straight over, hoping to hit something. You look down and you just see that you've speared directly between the eyes, just spear straight out of the back of the skull as it just kind of falls limply off the edge of your spear.
Huh, finally hit one.
So that combat went much quicker than any other combat we've had all night, but was no more challenging than any other combat we've had all night.
It's amazing what happens when you make your rolls.
Um,
Breathes fire.
So the only person not aware, Shrock, combat's over. You can come out now.
Okay.
Everyone did a natural kill on their first attempt.
Hey, we're getting good at this.
Nice.
All you have to do is roll well. Like, it's easy.
Alright, let's have a look at the doors. Any of the 3 doors stand out?
How many bodies do they have?
3 bodies.
No, monies.
I am doing the loot.
Cool. I'll take 2 silver, 10 copper.
2 silver, 10 copper.
Okay, 2
Yeah.
silver, 11 copper.
Yeah, all good.
So,
Okay.
dozens of blunted broken arrows like on the cracked cobblestone floor. A few protrude from the 3 crudely sewn human-sized targets hung along the center of the southern wall. The northern third of the room is separated from the south by the crudely created half wall. A permanent camp of sorts lie just on the north of the wall, complete with a fire ring and several small iron cooking pots, similar to the previous camp that you found behind the little cover wall previously. Of the 3 doors in this room, the northernmost and the northwestern door appear to be normal wooden doors. The one on the southwestern door appears to have been crudely modified to allow for barricading from this side of the wall. There appears to be a plank of wood ensuring that the door remains closed till that piece of wood is removed. The wood itself does not properly fit the improv barricades, but is nonetheless effective.
So we reverse Dark Souls then?
The door does indeed open from this side.
Oh, alright, I could do with a sit down. Bit beaten up after that. I pick out the arrow that's still kind of stuck in my armor.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think? Sit down? Seems like a nice enough place. We can even use their little camp for a little sit.
Gesture at the south door or the southwestern door and the barricade and say probably, maybe issues with kobolds.
Maybe.
Looking at the doors, is it possible that as a spider there's like enough gap to crawl under, or
Very much. These doors are not flush against the ground, so there would be enough room for something like a spider to crawl underneath.
all right then. Well, if he's going to have a sit down, I'll probably change into spider form
Mhm.
and drop all my shit at this
So
spot.
I'm assuming you're using that. Oh fuck! What's it called?
Wild shape.
Wild shape. So wild shape allows you to either drop all your shit where it lands, or just come with you in your form.
Really? Even as
Yeah.
a spider?
Even as a spider, it's now. I
Magic.
know that this might be a little surprising to hear about a game about Dungeons, Dragons, a fantasy setting, but through the power of magic, it
Shut
can
up.
be done.
Well, why don't I just do that all the fucking time? Well, anyway.
Honestly, I don't know why it's an option, but it is definitely an option to drop all your
Well, then
shit
why
when
would?
when you transform.
Wow, why? Okay, yeah, well, obviously I'd take it with me because what? Okay, anyway, yeah, I'll use a wild shape and turn into spider form. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
You step
You're
through
gonna
the door and get stepped on by a goblin.
Well, yeah.
which door?
So I'm going to check the left door.
Okay. Before we go through with that, would you mind rolling me a stealth check?
There's a spider. How are they going to fucking know there's a fucking spider? Anyway, okay. Where's my stealth button?
Nailed it.
Perfect. Because you're in spider form, you take the higher of the two stealth checks. Spiders get +4 to stealth, not +2, so that would be a 22.
Huh.
So moving through to this room under the closed door. The northern and southern walls of this chamber are stacked halfway to the ceiling with ill-made barrels, boxes, and crates. A clear path through the center allows easy access between the two doors.
Cool.
As you kind of walk around the room, you can kind of see, various labels on these, each in a language that you don't understand.
Yep. Cool. Cool. I think I'll head back in and try the other room.
Sure. You're heading up north.
Yep. Do I roll stealth again, or
Keep the same roll. Fine.
cool?
It's literally been maybe at most 4 seconds.
Yeah. God. Okay.
So it, for the most part, is a fairly straightforward corridor. Um, as you're quite small, can I get you to give me a perception check? I think you would just notice this given the situation. And, it's a bit more obvious when the sizing makes sense. There appears to be a similar trap right there to what you've seen previously.
Mhm.
But being a spider, you have access to spider climb, which allows you
Yeah.
to climb on walls as opposed to the hallway.
Yep.
I would say that you're probably not heavy enough to trigger a trapdoor like that in this form, but if you need to stay away from the floors, keep that in mind.
Yep. Okay. I should. Yeah. Should have said that. Well, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. I'm gonna try and climb under or however wherever the gap is. Is there any gap in this door to the north?
Let me just check if anything's going to notice you. They are not. Although you're a spider, that hasn't dulled any of your senses, especially smell. The absolute stench, garbage, the evident years, not like this has not been a short term thing. This could only have happened over just absolute years of mistreatment, of like just unsanitary behavior on just like an extraordinary level. There's tattered hides on the floor that have not been dried correctly. There's cooking equipment that looks like it hasn't been cleaned since it was stolen. Within this room, it looks like it is used purely for sleeping and used for cooking. And it seems like the occupants here don't know how to do either correctly.
Yeah. Cool. I make a reasonably hasty retreat after scouting that room. I head back to the other two and revert to normal form.
Sure.
What about the third door?
Uh, like for the sake of everyone else actually wanting to play the game,
I want to know what's behind door number 3 safely.
So in the next hallway, there's a trap at the end. There's also a room to the north with 3 goblins in the small room, probably 20 foot by 20 foot.
Anything? Is there another door, or is that a dead end?
It's a dead end in that room to the north, but we'd probably want to kill them, otherwise they might creep up behind us or come out behind us as we try to get past the trap.
Hmm. Okay. How do the goblins get past the trap?
Might not weigh as much.
Hmm.
Who knows?
Alright,
All right.
well, we doing
I'll
anything
go
else, or can I do the
You
short
guys-
rest?
Well, I assume that was while he was doing short. My bad.
Oh, that did not take long enough.
No.
Yeah, that was about 2 to 3 minutes you've been away. So if everyone wants to finish what they're doing during their short rest.
Nice. You'll do. Okay. May I use my hit dice and heal?
Mhm. Yes.
Nice.
Jesus Christ. Alright, it'll do.
Correct. It almost gets you there.
Almost. It'll do. It's fine.
Either one of those dice could have definitely done it.
Yeah.
Neither of those dice didn't.
Still, 4 HP is 4 HP. It may make the difference. It's fine. Alright. We good to go?
Sure.
I take 3 more left ears off of the 3 dead
Mhm.
goblins, bring my total count up to 5.
Okay.
Alright, so you want to wipe out the sleeping goblins, or the goblins in the sleeping area, huh?
I mean, feels better than being fucking backstabbed.
Well, sure, why not? I mean, it should be
Just
pretty
prepare
simple.
yourself for the stench. That's something else.
I think Jordo's had worse.
Wow.
Wow.
You said
You
there was
got
a trap
poison?
in this room.
At the far end, before the door.
What's through this door?
This is the door with the goblins.
Oh, I see, you didn't check the other door.
I haven't checked the other door, no.
Okay, well, in that case then.
I didn't know how we were going to get past the trap anyway.
As you guys are kind of creeping forward, can I get stealth checks from the group?
Chink, 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 chink.
Ah.
Super stealthy chainmail armor.
Oh.
Cool. You manage to sneak into the room, and these goblins appear to be asleep.
Oh, they are asleep. Okay. Cool.
Although they were doing some work earlier, they since then appear to have taken. So let me move them closer to the bonfire in their little sleeping holes.
At this point, I don't have my fire breath anymore, right?
Yeah.
No, you would have
Yeah.
lost it at the end of the second short rest.
Back we go, drink more. Just joking. So I've just rolled a stealth check in order to get to where I am. Am I allowed to keep moving using that stealth check? How do
This
they...
is holding it. So, the way in which I would normally do it is you've got 2 people who very clearly failed, but I've got 1 person who had a nat 20. So to roll that, I would normally allocate 2 successes as opposed to the 1. That puts us in a tiebreaker scenario. So that's why I rolled the 1d4. Anything under the bottom half I would consider as a group fail. Anything above I'd consider as a group success. So at this stage, you guys are going okay.
Okay, so I'm allowed to move without needing to re-roll stealth.
in this scenario, like regardless, your stealth carries over, but in this scenario, you guys seem to be stealthing successfully somehow.
Yeah, okay. All right. I just want to creep up on them.
I'm stealthing so successfully it's anti-noise cancellation.
All right. I beckon to the others. Get my sword out and prepare to give the one sleeping next to me the old chop.
Mhm.
Look at the others. I nod.
Sure.
You say sure out loud and wake them up. You can't.
Now, do you say that in common or draconic?
That was a very much progressive, sure, but yeah, fair enough. Okay. Wow. Seeing as there's silence, what else am I supposed to say?
I'm ready. I've got my sword in
Yeah,
my hands.
exactly. I'm ready as well. What?
Goblin, and I've nodded, and you've said sure. And
Okay, yeah. So are we going with that?
all right,
Yeah.
here we go.
Thank you.
So, sleeping.
I'm not sure if we had to like roll for initiative or something because
Yeah, this
combat.
is a surprise attack. We roll it for initiative after we do.
Oh, afterwards.
It's
Okay.
even further beyond that, I would say. So they're currently sleeping. Any attack you make against them is with advantage, and any attack you make will automatically crit as long as you're within 5 feet of them.
Cool.
So if you're trying to make a melee strike against them, advantage plus auto crit.
Just trying to slit his throat with my great sword as he's asleep.
You sure do 18 damage with a great sword as you just kind of sever anything that could even slightly make a little bit of noise apart from the flailing of limbs. I'm not sure what the rest of the party is doing.
Just about dabbing them with a spear.
Yep.
The northwesternmost one.
Sure. You're able to successfully drive the spear into a vital part of. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah. So the two northern ones are very dead almost instantly, and the only person left to act is Shrock.
Okay, I'm gonna use my short bow.
Sure. There's a very groggy looking goblin trying to stand up and understand what the fuck's going on around it with an arrow attached to it. It seems to have pierced through the throat, but not through the neck. So it tries to scream, but all you kind of hear is this
Oh.
Oh.
as the air escapes out through its throat. Would anyone like to do anything to maybe stop?
I don't. I look.
I'm gonna mock it.
Vicious mockery. Perfect.
Kind of looking at you. And it doesn't know what the fuck you're trying to tell it. It like you can kind of just hear it almost try and respond. And it just kind of looks at the remnants of the fire and just kind of lays down in it. It's done with this. It is over this life now.
Oh,
It hasn't lived a good life, but it's over.
The smell can't have been getting any better with the smell of roast goblin now, but that's okay.
There is now the smell of burning goblin in this small, confined space. How would people like to proceed?
Okay, my ear count is now up to 8.
Mm-hmm.
If there's any issues with that,
No?
one of them is slightly singed, but that's okay.
Any monies?
No.
No money.
These ones seem to have not been given any wealth from the clan. They don't seem to be lived anything close to a good life.
Oh,
Oh,
oh well. They're gone now.
They are. How would you guys like to proceed from here?
Have you seen any footsteps? I will ask the dragon. Any footsteps? Do we have any idea where the humans went from here?
I have not seen any human tracks recently.
Alright, I guess I'm going to look around and see if we're still following human boot prints or anything like that, or it's just goblin tracks.
Hit us with some survival. Yeah. So, kind of looking around the space and looking to where you've been told that there is a pit trap, like Allison. You're fairly sure that outside of those going to this cooking space, the west side of this, no one walks this way. There's very clearly settled dust with no footprints around.
Okay, well, they didn't go this way, and neither did the goblins, which makes me even more curious about what's on the other side of the door, but that's not the way we're supposed to go. That's not where the merchants have gone. I guess we go back the other way. Maybe you could check out what's behind the barred door. Except, I guess he's not allowed to use wild shape again.
I can. Oh, do I know that? I'm sure I do.
Well, you do, but you only get one charge?
Two turns.
One or two?
2 turns, I think, because I'm a moon druid, I believe.
Moon druids get infinite charges?
No, two.
You get 2 charges.
Yes, I have 2 charges.
Oh, okay. You really want to use both on scouting, huh? Might
Well,
need
not
that.
particularly.
You can use the feature twice, and you regain the feature's use at a short rest.
Oh, a short
Oh.
rest. Oh, well, fucking. Oh, okay. I thought it was
Really?
long rest. Fuck.
Moon
Okay.
druids get wild shape back on short rest?
Druids get it back on short rest.
All druids get
Wow.
Moon
wild
get
shape.
access to much stronger wild shape at level 2 as opposed to later on. So at
Oh.
level 2, John has access to a pool of creatures that even a level 20 druid would be limited to.
Okay.
I feel
And
like I
then-
might not have run into too many of them naturally, though.
Yeah, there's plenty there that you probably wouldn't have run into naturally, but there's also plenty that you definitely would have, right? Like you've seen the list of various things. Like you've seen a cat before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like a CR whatever. 0.
You might never have seen
I
a
meant the
giant
CR.
eagle before.
Yeah, but all the
Right.
CR ones are like ones that I wouldn't have seen, like a direwolf, maybe giant eagle, maybe giant octopus. Probably not.
Probably not, right?
Giant toad, probably not.
You don't need them all. You just need one good one.
Yeah.
Like,
And I'm
have
sure
you seen a bear before? They're pretty strong.
Yeah, exactly, right? Being a hermit, I don't know where you chose to be a hermit, but I'm sure you've seen some sort of animal that's
As long
useful.
as that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're pushing forward into that room.
Where are we?
Oh yeah.
Where's John? Has he gone wild shape and fucked off somewhere?
No, I went
I'm
into
assuming that John opened the door that he just went through.
Yes, I left it open. Hopefully.
Oh, right. I couldn't
Sorry.
see through it.
Previously, he went under as a spider, not opening the door, and he
Okay.
just knows there's a room there.
Yeah, okay, right.
I had not removed the door from its light filter.
And can I check for boot prints out in this room?
Mhm. All of the boot prints, and most of them are goblin or goblin-esque, running up into the room that John had entered into from here. You do notice a couple of footprints that are very clearly humanoid. You're fairly sure it's not from the party.
And they're going into the supply-looking room as well.
Yes.
Are there any footprints or any kind of tracks with the barred room?
Very light. Although there is clearly people who have walked up to this door, it is lightly trafficked.
Yep. Okay.
Can I, seeing as it's like a storage room, can I look for anything that might be used as like a plank or walkway to cover the 10-foot trap distance?
Kind of looking around, the only way you would be able to do such would be to try and crudely construct things out of disassembled boxes. Nothing would be
Readily about.
broader than 10 feet.
Cool. Cool, that's fine. Yeah.
Can I pick up a box, just a reasonably, if there's a box around, reasonable size, reasonable weight that would trigger the trap deliberately, carry it to the trap.
You can, yes.
And put it down on the trap safely, such that I don't also pitch myself over into it.
Pushing the box onto the trap in an attempt to trigger it triggers the trap, causing the box to fall into the trap.
Yep.
And like the other trapdoors, it just slowly click, 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 closes up again.
Is there any corpses in this one?
None.
It's a clean trap.
Although now the trapdoor is far from clean, with a huge stretch that has just been cleaned by the side of the box that you placed on it.
That's okay. No corpses in that one. Shall we go through the door? And I'll point at the door that's at the end of the storage room.
I feel like going through the barricaded door is just going to find us some more things to fight.
Yeah, there's something in there the goblins didn't like, and I don't think it's kobolds. It's probably more undead, if I had to guess.
Well, it's to our left when we go through here, so we can always check out what's on the other side, perhaps. From another
How you guys handling this door?
So, which one of you is going up first? Yep.
Yeah. Take the door.
I've learned somewhere not to be the first at the door.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try and listen to the door. That seems to be pretty successful, so I'm gonna give the door a listen.
Can you give me a perception check? As you put your ear to the door doesn't speak to you.
Oh.
Further through the fortress, you can kind of hear some footsteps, some general chatter. There's obviously further on from here, maybe not in the next room, but further down, very clearly quite a few creatures. Not really sure, but it sounds almost lively like a tavern.
Oh, okay. Hang on, hold up, guys. There's a lot of goblins on the other side of this. I don't think it's a good idea to kick the door open in this one. Alright.
You want me to go check?
Well, you... Out of character here, you get it back on a short rest, so I don't see why not. But you're gonna have to pass a stealth check, otherwise you're gonna cause chaos on it.
Like, I feel like as a spider, I'd like stay in the door jammed and look in. Like, you wouldn't actually fully enter the fucking room. Anyway.
Yes, you can just look in from under the doorway by being very small and not move further than that. That is allowed.
Okay.
The only thing is, like, if you get hurt while in that door jam, you return to normal size, right?
Sure.
You get pushed out. But that shouldn't be a concern. The stealth check is more so about, do you get noticed more so than anything else? You'll probably pick up that you've been noticed. They're unlikely to hit you with anything unless it's a spell.
Yeah.
you're pretty safe. It's whether that they understand that you're there or not.
Well, you can check it
Yeah.
out as a spider. The only other thing I was thinking is we can I can go give these ears to the kobolds and tell them the goblins are dead. Kobold's probably dumb enough to believe me, and he'd probably open this door for us and, you know, start a kobold and goblin fight. Might give us some distraction.
How long is he going to really last? If there's a
Well,
whole room full
well,
of goblins.
this is the way the footsteps lead. We've got to go through this somehow, and I figure that's an advantage. He seems dumb enough that I could trick him with the ears and be like, yeah, goblin's all gone. Go get statue. He'd probably do it. You know, might even bring some of his friends.
I mean, sure.
Maybe. And worst case scenario, he doesn't believe me and we murder the kobolds and look around that area anyway?
Alright.
Yeah. You
Worth
can
a shot.
you could try your spider trick first on this and the barred door so we know what we're dealing with. We could even go check out the trapdoors just so we know what's up this way before we head all the way back down.
Be right back.
I'm gonna get a water too. Ponder that.
Same.
Wow. Okay.
I'm back.
Congratulations. I mean, as a spider, what are you actually going to get hit by? like,
Flying beer bottle.
And I'm back. What did I miss?
I went and got a drink of water.
I heard.
so
Did you make a decision, John?
Yeah, up to you. If you want to go check it out, you go
I
check
mean,
it out. Otherwise,
Sure. All right. I
I'm
mean,
going to head back to the kobolds.
yep, sure. Just turn into a spider then.
You're a spider.
Yep. I'll go stand
Roll.
under the door.
Rolls for stealth as you try and sneak around.
Hmm.
So, just because of the way the game works, I'm putting you in the next room.
Sure.
You can see through.
Are those pillars?
Yep, those are pillars.
Oh, okay.
So, several torches mounted in crude sconces burn fitfully around this chamber, filling the air with smoggy haze. A double row of marble columns carved with entwining dragons run the length of the hall.
So I'll make a perception check on the room, see
Go
if
for
there's
it.
any obvious traps.
Look around. Yeah, that's good. So, looking around, quite carefully, you are quite confident that this room is free of traps. You can see that there is 3 doors to your north, 1 door to your west, and 1 door to your south as you kind of walk around the room. But
Okay.
from the way in which the tracks lead, for the most part, there is only movements west and east, with
Mhm.
very few going to the northern or southern doors.
Cool.
The other thing of note here is, while you're a spider, you do have dark vision, so you can actually see all these things and don't need a torch.
Awesome.
Can he communicate to us as a spider, or does he have to come out as spider to tell us what he's seen?
He is able to speak any language that the beast he transforms into can speak.
Right.
A
So
spider?
no.
No. Very few beasts are able to speak to any capacity.
Okay.
If someone learned any specific forms of like telepathy, yeah.
Huh.
But in the current capacity, he, as a spider, isn't able to communicate.
It's okay. I'll wait for him to be done. Pop back out of the form.
Yeah. The way in which I've resolved this in the past is agreeing with a group that if a door is safe to traverse while I'm in a spider form or other form, I just like rest on the door handle.
That makes sense.
I've seen where you've moved.
Yeah.
Um,
So I
where
climb
would you like to go?
along the wall to avoid the trap altogether,
Okay.
and go into the door.
As you, sure, wherever in the room you want.
Yeah.
So, mounted and stuffed animal heads adorn the walls. The mounting job is sloppy, and the assortment of heads includes cattle, rats, and honestly, other not impressive specimens. A few grisly trophies share the wall with the animals, including a couple of kobold heads, smashed and broken cabinets, small tables litter throughout the room, mute voices of some sort of rampage that has once occurred here. A rusted iron spike stands in the center of a room, trailing a broken chain. Thin patches of frost coat sections of wall, floor, and debris. You can see in this room, and probably the thing you're most interested in, having seen the token, a contextually small, but still bigger than most humanoids, a very young white dragon wormling. In essence, a white dragon child. As far as you're able to discern, it hasn't even noticed you currently in your spider form.
Is it attached to a chain? Or-
It is currently chained
Sorry.
to the ground through that iron spike in the center of the room.
Cool. Then I'm going to check the south door.
Cool. So as you move on, well, I would first say, as you're kind of going through, you also notice that this small white dragon has somehow amassed treasure that it's currently sitting on. You're not sure exactly why or how it has, given its change in a room,
Yeah.
but there seems to be like a few goblets or a few like pieces of silverware, nothing of like huge wealth, but it seems to be really drawn to collecting it as it kind of cowers in that northwestern edge. As you traverse into the subsequent room,
Yep.
you notice the familiarity of how you got here.
All right. I'll go back through this door, which
Hey.
they might notice that I've come through this.
Oh, I couldn't give a shit about the.
Which
I'm
direction I'm going?
just fucking. I'm twiddling my thumbs.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Now the barricaded door.
Sure. Within this room, you notice that there appears to be what appears to be prisoners in iron shackles. As many of them cower in the far end of the room, you can see that there is some like blood and just like some scrap food here. They have not been well taken care of. Within the room, you can see what looks to be 3 kobold and 1 gnome.
Cool. I was just moving to actually see the room. Seeing as you said that I've got dark vision as a spider.
Mhm.
Yeah. Cool. Is there? Oh yeah. Should I do a perception check just for footprints? I assume there's
You
no
can kind
traps
of
in.
tell that there isn't much traffic in and out of the door you've gone through, but there is some movement within as much as the manacles will allow.
Yep. Cool. Yep. Cool. I was kind of. Yep. Cool. All right. It's all good. I'll go back to these guys and switch out of spider form.
You're back. What'd you see?
Some very interesting things. So there was kobolds behind the barricaded door. They're being held.
Kobolds?
Yeah, kobolds, and a gnome.
A what?
A gnome. Very short.
Why?
I think he's a prisoner. I think the goblins were keeping them all prisoners. They're not looking too well fed or too well kept after. They might actually be happy to see.
Yeah, let's get them. Let's go free them then.
Yeah,
And I'm
maybe
gonna
more.
head out towards the door.
They're shackled, so you should.
Yep. I'm just gonna rip
Oh.
the old wooden plank off the door.
Sure.
Or try.
Yep. It sure is just a piece of wood to barricade, and it just lightly lifts out of its slot, and the door opens with very little effort. Let me indicate that door. So within this space, there is the three kobolds and the singular gnome who appears to be in like a poorly formed cage, and that was something that I missed in the description earlier. So sorry.
Oh, good.
How would you like to proceed? He seemed like most of them seem quite hesitant to see anything through this door and are kind of wary of anyone who enters.
I have one question.
Go.
No, I think
Orc smash.
we forgot to clarify what race the children we're looking for are.
I
Are they
guess.
human?
Ah, good point.
That's the assumption I've been making.
That
True.
is a fair assumption. It might take me a second to think to check that.
They're sure not going to be kobold children, though. So
They're human.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank God we're looking for human footprints.
I check for traps.
I mean, no one thought to really ask more questions apart from that they were adult children. So, do you just go around every human you say, "Hey, do you have parents?"
That must be nice.
Luckily, it hasn't been a problem yet.
Yeah. Sure haven't seen any humans. Okay, I'll
Fair.
check for traps in this room.
Yeah, chuck us a perception.
Okay.
Yep. You are incredibly confident that this room is safe to freely walk in.
Okay, and I walk in. So I approach. I'm trying to stay out of range in case the kobolds get vicious and like go for me.
Mhm.
Like, if I can see the length of the chain, I would like to stay outside of the range.
So they're not chained to the ground; they're in manacles, so they're restrained. They're not
Oh, okay.
held in place.
But they're in a
Alright.
cage, aren't they?
The gnome is in the cage.
Oh, the gnomes.
In that
Okay.
bottom left, the kobolds technically have some level of free movement, but not
Right.
properly free movement.
Can I talk to them? I'd like to say friend and hold my hand up. Like I
Okay.
did with Meepo earlier. Friend of... Oh, shit. What was he... Are you friend of... Oh, fuck. I've forgotten the name of the thing that he was saying. Like, are you friend of the... Yeaster or something? Fuck. I should have written that shit down. That's why you take notes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel like if I don't remember, then my character didn't remember, although it's probably been less time, but hey.
Alright, time to go to Adrian's Twitch VOD. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, go for it. I'm just gonna put down a timer for the next action, otherwise time starts passing.
I'm gonna take out 4 rations. I'm not sure how
Oh yeah, he
expensive
doesn't get
rations are.
Twitch VODs.
Good
That
thing
was
I have
great.
YouTube.
Do you actually? I doubt it.
No, I mean I've uploaded it there.
Did you actually?
Yes.
Can I give? I'm gonna go back and see what he said and what he called it, and I'm gonna use that word because Kobold seemed to like that.
Like Kobold did.
Well, Leon just kind of stops in the middle of the room in an absolute pause of just trying to recall something. Honestly, doesn't seem too specific. How are you proceeding into the room? Who's still playing?
I'm going to take out 4 rations
Mhm.
and kind of offer them out visibly, I guess. Like hold them out and kind of get closer.
Sure. They kind of seem hesitant and unwilling to kind of reach out to you.
Sure.
Um,
All right. I'll place them on the floor then, in front of me or between us.
sure.
And
As you kind of place them down on the floor and you, let's say, walk away from it, they kind of accept them, and the 3 who are, there, the 3 kobolds kind of move off into the corner and just kind of start eating happily away at the rations, taking all 4 of the rations.
yeah.
Please mark off 4 rations.
Yes, I have. Fucking.
Outside of taking your rations, they do not acknowledge you. Outside of being fearful. Oh, fuck, that's cute. This is what the gnome looks like. Enjoy.
Hmm.
He's like, as long as we're giving out rations, can I have some?
He looks wealthy.
Why is everything small wealthy to you?
I'm gonna hand him a
Yes.
ration then, and then kind of look back at the others and
Yep, they're
motion.
very much crowded in a corner eating their
I
rations,
mean,
making sure you don't try and steal their rations.
so, thanks. I'm glad I made this choice. I mean, the other characters. Sorry, the elf and the orc or half elf. And motion point to the cage and any chance of bending these.
Leon seems to have found some sort of device that has like a glow to it, and he's just kind of engaged in whatever this thing that he's been able to find is, completely ignorant to the pleas of help from his party members.
Okay.
Shock.
I've got it, Yastral.
Correct. Can you make a? Yes, that's correct.
I
Can you
just
make a
say that.
persuasion roll with advantage?
Astro.
Whew. Yeah, I just approached them, just asking them, Yastral?
God, did you just roll a 3 and a 9?
Wait, why did I?
Yeah, why did you
No,
roll?
no, that's a perception check. That was the failed perception as I walked in.
Okay,
and then the
yep,
bottom
yep.
one is a 13, 19 persuasion.
You can see how dyslexia kicked in there. So
It's okay.
there is kind of like lift up and twig as you kind of say Yastral.
I nod, Yastral, friends?
They nod back to you.
Okay, alright. We're good. Alright. Are they free of their manacles yet? Or if
No, nothing has happened except they've been given food.
Okay. Alright. This seems fine. I'm gonna approach one and try to free it of its manacle. Oh, how do I even do that? I don't have the key. It's not like a thing I can just do. I dare say we didn't find a key on any of the dead goblins.
But it's a manacle. Can't we just destroy it?
Probably not. It's probably iron.
Not without ruining the fucking kobold's wrist. Or,
Looking
or
through the
neck.
details of the way in which they're captured, the manacles themselves aren't fully metal all the way round. They look like misshapen for them, so there's also rope to keep them closed. And it looks like if you know how to untie a rope, you could probably free them from these crude manacles.
Okay. All right.
Kobolds don't know how to undo ropes.
Let me just quickly check the intelligence. Scott, maybe.
Hmm.
I think the main thing keeping them in line might have been the fact that that door had no way of opening without being on the other side of it. And I'm sure if they were found to not be in their manacles, they probably would have been deaded.
Yeah.
Just to be safe. So I'm going to assume, Leon, you're going to, after getting the nods back and forth, start untying and releasing them from these makeshift manacles. Well,
Sure.
Oh god, I just dropped something. I'm sorry. Callison has the conversation with the gnome.
Yep. Sounds good to me. I'll let them out of their manacles. 3 underfed kobolds aren't exactly a threat if they turn nasty.
Callison, what are you trying to get from the gnome outside of watching him eat? Section.
I wasn't trying to get anything from a gnome. I was trying to see if we can get these bars open somehow.
Looking at the bars themselves, they don't look like that they're that well constructed. If you had something to try and pry them open, or honestly, if you're just a bit strong, you could probably try and break the bars themselves.
So as Leon seems to be busy, I motion at the orc. Hey, can you open these up for him?
Being an orc doesn't mean I'm strong.
No. Let's let the racial stereotypes fly. Truck, do you want to try?
No, I'm charismatic. I'm not strong.
Okay. As Shrock tries to talk his way out of any form of manual labor because it is just below character of his standing, how would you like to proceed?
I'd see there's no reason why I can't try myself then.
Sure isn't. Fine, I'll do it myself. He says as he just grabs a hold of it. And what were you even concerned about? The bar just slips. Like, honestly, a kobold was strong enough for this. As you just bend open the bar and the gnome is let free. He is a bit confused. You haven't said anything to him. You've walked up to him, handed him some food, and freed him from his prison. He just kind of looks at you for a moment, just, thank you.
You good?
Yeah.
Does he speak
Do I just go? Like, huh?
How did you get captured? What were you doing down here?
Oh, so you know how there's like this fruit down here?
So I've been told, yeah.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't have, but I tried to steal it.
Fair.
I got past the second door before I was captured.
I see.
Um,
By goblins?
Yeah, by goblins. And he kind of looks back at the like rock next to his cage, and he is kind of looking at like some scrapings, and it's like, I think I've been here for 14 days.
Is anyone looking for? Do you think anyone's looking for you?
Clearly, because you've come to rescue me, right?
we're actually looking for some humans. Do you think you've seen any or heard of any?
I heard a kerfuffle and some people talking common not more than 3 or 4 days ago.
Cool. I kind of look at the eye of the elf. And
Am I done with the untying?
Yeah.
I'm certainly listening.
So, kind of as he finishes speaking, you probably get the last cobalt untied. They kind of look at you, look at each other, look at you, and they're bolting as fast as they can.
It's okay. I assume they're going back to where the other kobold lives. We'll see him later, or they'll tell the other kobolds this is fine for us.
You kind of turn to the other gnome, and all three of you just kind of hear off in the distance screaming.
Oh no.
And whimpering from the kobold.
No.
How could
Oh, I stepped into a fucking trap, didn't I? Which one?
Yeah, well, I thought they knew the way back.
Deal with that later. First, deal with the gnome. I mean, there's no helping them. They're either fucked or they're not.
I trust you. Trust you're a bit smarter than a kobold, aren't you? Like super gnome.
I don't mean to speak ill of them, but I yes, very much.
Good.
Okay, well.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for him?
Yeah. Did you hear anything that they said? Whether, like, you were in the cage, you heard I presume people talking common as the goblins dragged them somewhere, so they dragged them past your room. Any more information at all? You hear what they said, perchance?
I mean, the goblins were talking about the humans that ran through here not too long ago. Wasn't too long after the common people. It must have been the humans who ran past here.
Do you speak goblin?
Yeah.
Huh. Have they said anything about the humans?
Yeah, they said that there was humans that ran through here not too long ago. They
so they're not prisoners.
Yeah, like they were just kind of talking about how what was his name? As he just kind of sits there and kind of concentrates for a moment. Like how weak Durin and Gren have been recently to let humans into their realm, and they were just kind of talking about, maybe they should challenge for leadership, and then, how they probably bad idea. They were just goblins. But there was definitely like some humans down here, and they were talking about how the fruit should be fruiting soon. The tree should be fruiting soon.
So are you still after the fruit?
I mean, I think I've learned a thing or two. Like, I think it's better that I, head out, like, get away from here.
Will you live if we just let you go of your own accord? Are you going to end up dead in a trap like the kobolds? Do you need to be escorted out?
I mean, I'm not going to turn down an escort, but what is there to be wary of?
The kobolds, they might go you. The traps, not knowing your way out, picking a wrong turn and heading deeper into the goblin cave. These are all things that you might do.
I know my way out, and I mean, the kobolds are pretty friendly, aren't they?
I don't know. Friendly to me, but you probably can't talk to them, so it's really on you, I guess.
No, they spoke Draconic. I speak Draconic.
Oh, perfect. Aren't you
speak everything, don't you?
Yeah, speak a lot of languages.
Oh, If you're not going after the fruit yourself anymore, do you mind telling us what you know about it? Like, do you know
Yeah. So it is like it is properly magical fruit, but a lot of people don't know the curse to it.
there's a
One of the
curse?
things that people need to be careful about is when they eat the fruit. If they eat the winter and the summer, then they'll find themselves reinvigorated. Any injury healed. Anything that has gone wrong, they will find themselves almost feeling like they're at the height of their youth. However, if it's not the summer and you partake from the fruit, you're in for misery. You'll be lucky to live through the remainder of that winter.
What's your name? We didn't ask that.
Erky. Erky Timbers.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna escort you out. I'm not gonna just let you. If I don't, you're gonna die, and I'm not gonna let that happen.
Mhm.
And I'm heading back that way anyway to go see what happened to the kobolds. Let's help this guy out.
Sure, shouldn't take too long.
All right, buddy, can you walk?
Yeah. Bit tired, but like I don't want to hold you guys up. I'll keep up.
All right. Well, let's go. Let's head back the way we came.
Okay. So kind of as you push back towards the door, and as you come to the section where there is the kind of caltrops that you guys push to the side, you can see very fresh blood all along that side of the...
Dumb fucks. Are they still alive?
They are. There's a trail of blood leading away from where the caltrops are.
Fucking morons. There was even a safe path.
I tried my best.
But the shortest path was dangerous.
Is this why you asked whether to push it to the left or the right
Yes.
earlier? You knew this would happen?
I didn't know this would specifically happen, but I knew if someone was running, it would be important.
Fair enough. Alright,
Oh,
back we go. Just stop me if there's anything that's gonna trigger on the walk.
yeah. I'm just amused by what happened to the kobold.
I thought they found a trap and fell into the spike pit or something.
Yeah, I'm like, which one is this? Like, which trap is it? We didn't. There wasn't any
There
traps.
wasn't any traps. They take a wrong turn.
They would have had to turn the wrong way, and they're a certain type of dumper, not quite there. But it's very clear that there's little spots of blood leading all the way back to the kobold area.
Oh,
As Shrock just... I have no fucking idea where you're going, mate.
Does a Nork know which way it is?
I'm looking for the gnome.
No run ahead.
I just trust that Scott will have the
Yeah,
gnome follow us, and then once we're done moving, it'll just blip into existence next to us.
Oh, there it
Waiting
is.
for it. There we go.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So I knock on the door, and I get the goblin ears ready.
Yep. The door is still open.
Oh, okay. So I kind of knock on it as I walk through, and I say, "Hello, friend, Meepo."
How loudly do you say? Because there's no one else in this room.
Not loudly, just kind of normal volume. Like, "Hello."
Nothing.
Okay.
Hmm.
Creep through. I'm looking down the hallway.
Where does the blood
Where
lead?
does the blood? Yeah.
Down that hallway. Very much down that hallway you're looking down. There is that trail of blood.
To the west?
Mhm.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Erky just kind of comes to that door knowing that that is the quickest way out.
All right. Let's finish getting this guy out, then we don't have to worry about him anymore and come back to the kobolds.
Cool. So I'll skip ahead. You safely escort Erky out to the ropes. I'm assuming you're going to let him go from there.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna say, hey, there should be a carriage up there waiting for us. If you need to get back to whatever the town name is, that I would definitely know.
Oakhurst.
That's the one. If you need to get back there, you can wait the carriage for us,
Oh,
or you
okay,
can just,
thank you, thank
or you
you.
can just go your own way.
Sure, sure. Who's at the carriage?
We're from the Merchants of Iron. You can ask, you can tell him that we found you and rescued you, and he should let you into the carriage and take you from there.
Who's him?
That's a great fucking question, my dude. I don't know his name. I just know the sound he makes when he takes a man's life.
Can you
I don't
just
know.
quickly roll me an intimidation check? He's off.
All right, Godspeed, little dude.
Okay.
Probably should have asked the carriage dude's name, huh? Oh well, that's fine.
Next
I
time.
mean, up until I described it after you all died, as far as you knew, the carriage was moving magically.
Pretty much.
Not sure now.
That's okay. We're learning. All right. One gnome.
I'll be trying to find these goblins.
Yeah.
I mean, not goblins.
kobolds.
Kobolds. That's the one.
Yeah, let's follow the trail of blood. Actually, should we? Actually, no. Let's use this time to check the doors that they aren't in.
Sure.
They're clearly distracted by something, so
What's that red line? Oh, for blood. Yep, cool.
so let's check the other rooms quickly before they come out and then see us and then won't let us check their shit out.
Sure, but what
Moving
if
across to
my
that
best-
door.
what-
Give me a
Yeah,
sec as I now flip much earlier in the book.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm assuming diplomacy is not the tactic usually employed with the kobolds in this room.
Are you opening the door that you're currently up against? Are you trying to scout it out? What's happening here?
No, I'll just try it. I'll just try and open this door. What type of door? If it's just a regular wooden door, yeah, I'll open it.
It's a regular wooden door as you open it up.
Okay, check the traps. The usual.
Sure. Yeah. You have a pretty high confidence that there's no traps in this room. It appears to be a room that maybe long ago was used for some storage purposes and very much is no longer in use.
Okay, let's try the next one. Is it a wooden door?
Sure is.
I crack it. The fuck?
At the end of this hallway appears to be not so much a rat as what you would call a swarm of rats.
Fire! Fire!
It's hard to properly explain exactly how awful this looks. It is just an absolutely thickly laid pile of rats that are all running all over each other, who have just seen the door crack open and light spill into the room. As tens, maybe even hundreds of tiny beady eyes, all almost in unison, turn to look at you. Can I get everyone to roll initiative?
1.
Nice. Chuck the torch in.
Shut the door. Shut the
Shut the door. Throw the torch in and I'll shut the door.
Top of initiative. Can I get Callison?
Yep. I'm gonna create a bond. Yeah, Sure, I'll just create a bonfire underneath the rats.
Under the rats or at the door?
Like I assume they're not like okay, it's a swarm of rats. They're going to move onto it, but I don't know if Jordan's going to move in or like I don't
God,
know.
just if I open the door and there's a swarm of
Yeah.
rats, I'm yelling, "Throw the torch! Fire!"
I'm going to bonfire the space, the northmost space between the door and the rats.
Yeah.
I guess I don't need to roll because it's not hitting
Sure.
anything just yet.
Bonfire just kind of sprouts out of anywhere, like just into existence. Starts burning right at the doorway.
Okay, that's my turn.
I shut the door.
As Leon just slams the door closed.
Okay.
The door is closed.
No. Okay. But I was expecting to have to like roll strength and like fucking stream of rats pouring out of the door, and I'm like crushing bodies of rats with the door to try and get it closed. No, that was simple.
Yep. Doors operate like doors.
I guess the rats didn't have time to get in the doorway.
Yeah, weren't close enough.
All right, and we're not going in there. Leave the torch for a bit. Leave the bonfire for a bit, and we're good.
Next up, Trock.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
not allowed to. Combat's not over. Oh dear. All right. Well, I'm just going to hold the door closed then for a little bit.
Mhm.
End turn.
Trock.
What can I even do?
Play your horn.
Fair enough.
Pull out the whistle and give it a blow just randomly in mid-combat to really make it fuckery. Perfect.
Okay. So instead of readying an action, Shock just kind of puts away anything that has a semblance to a weapon and just pulls out his bagpipes and starts playing.
Uh-huh.
It's decent. You've heard him play better, but like you're never really upset when Shock decides to play something. It's got a nice melody to it. It feels like you're at a military funeral. So I'm going to make. It's a bit fucky, the interactions here, so I'm going to say that they do get hit by the fire. So I'm making a dex saving throw
I got that.
against. As it's DC 12, I don't think we need to roll them. So, Leon, my understanding is you're kind of like trying to pull that door shut.
Yep.
And hold it shut.
Yep.
As you're holding the door shut and you look down at your feet, you just see rats pouring out through the small gap between the door and the floor.
Fuck.
As the rats just slowly spill out underneath you and underneath your feet, being small enough to go under the gap between doors. And it's just a constant stream of these rats just spilling and spilling and spilling and spilling out under the door. They also try and bite you as they go. They do not hurt at all. As I'm fairly sure you're just kind of like dancing with your feet, holding the door shut, just trying to avoid them, and for the most part, they just kind of swarm out from under the door beside you.
But damn it, do a lot of damage if they do hit.
Yeah, 2d6. That was a high roll. Slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whose turn is it now?
Mine.
Correct.
Damn.
I mean, creating bonfire is still my fucking highest damage roll.
Make a new one under it, I guess.
Yeah,
Keep spotting bonfires up under.
Oh.
Oh.
But they can't roll higher until I have overtime. Oh, fucking hell.
You know, the swarm just kind of fills the space around the new warmth of this bonfire.
Yeah,
climbing
I don't like rats.
rat on rat on rat.
I'll attack of opportunity you if you run away.
Oh, will they? Oh, okay. Yeah, true. Kind of thought they were busy with you, but yeah, that makes sense. Okay, fair enough. Yep, okay, I'll stay. It's end of my turn.
Then next up on the initiative order, I believe we're up to Leon.
Yeah, can I use my greatsword to attack them and have it effectively work?
Okay. We can sure find out what happens when you attack them with a greatsword.
I mean, realistically, I think stomping on the fuckers is probably one way of doing it, but I
Just
mean,
use the flight of the blade and smush them.
yeah, just try and fucking. I'll just try and smush rats with the fucking greatsword. How about that? Do I
Give us
just roll my greatsword normally?
So I would say if you're trying to bludgeon someone with a greatsword, that it's more an improv weapon. My god, is the damage going to be low? Is trying to improv
Sure.
the way you use a greatsword?
I guess. Do I just roll? Can I just roll it normally?
Yes, you can definitely try and hit them normally with a greatsword.
Fuck it. All right. I mean, I'm not gonna get fancy with it, and I don't necessarily know that ordinary way
Yeah.
doesn't work. So yeah, fucking swing the greatsword into the fucking pile of rats. Why not? Here we go. Let's find out what happens.
So you swing the greatsword down, catching a number of the rats in this swarm, but probably less than you would have expected. As you kind of lift the greatsword back up, you can kind of even see some of the rats just clamoring around on your greatsword. You kind of have to shake it off to get the rats that are, even after covered in rat blood and other rat materials, very much angry. Doesn't seem to be as effective as you'd hope, but it still does plenty of damage.
Okay, well, that's my turn. Shrug. Help.
What kind of
Tasty rat.
profanities can I spout towards a rat?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, okay.
The swarm of rats all kind of look over for a moment at Shrock as he's speaking. And from there, although they continue to swarm, they just kind of avert eye contact. Almost as if the entire swarm of rats feel shame about something.
Do I just yell rats?
Hmm?
Do I just yell at them and say rats?
Sure. Seems to be how you mock most rats, by calling them rats, which is for some reason offensive.
I had my turn.
Alright. Then on the initiative order after Shrock is the one that the fucking swarm of rats had. They're still over at half, so this button making an attack at Gorgo with disadvantage. We find ourselves at a 10, which I'm fairly sure is a miss.
Oh yeah.
We can go back to the top of our initiative order with Callison.
Surely. They can't roll over 12 every time.
Surely they cannot roll over 12 every time. Only times when I press that button.
For fuck's sake.
I would say though that because you had the bonfire there at this, did you still have the bonfire up?
Yeah.
So they would have had
Well,
to
it's
make a
under
deck
them now.
saving throw at the end of there. Okay, sorry, I got your hot tap for nothing.
Can't roll over 12 every time.
God, these rats are magic resistant.
Fucking
Cantrip
Constitution, dexterity, fucking yeah.
Yeah, hundreds of rats tend to be quite dexterous.
True.
Next up from there is, I believe, Leon.
Yeah, well,
There's
I mean,
no bonuses. It's still all 1d20, and we're still rolling over 12 every fucking time. It's less than a fucking 50-50. Anyway,
yeah, get mad at it, man.
I fucking am.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, greatsword going in.
They sure have a -1 to Constitution.
As far as I understand, this is still my best choice.
As you drop down again, you find purchase on some. You thought you caught more than you did, but you hadn't. Again, you're shaking rats that are trying to climb up your great sword, off your great sword before bringing it back.
Guys, help!
I'm trying.
I'm blaspheming the rats. I'm helping.
You hit him with it?
It's my turn over, so I think that's back to Shrug.
Correct.
Ooh.
See? They didn't roll over a 12. John? John, do you see it?
Yeah, I just got to get good, I guess.
Again, like, even as they try and avert their ears and eyes away from you, they just can't escape it, and they're like really trying to scurry away from you now, kind of sticking to the southern side of the bonfire that they've been given.
Trying to put the bonfire between them and the orc that's yelling.
Exactly. The orc can't hurt them if they're behind fire. Orcs hate fire.
Fucking intelligent rats.
They sure do have the same intelligence as two. From there, again, not knowing that it's not a good idea, we'll continue to try and attack Leon, especially being on that southern side of the fire.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
no.
Well, they
Well, at
got
least it was 5, yeah.
It just straight up says the full description of that,
Yeah.
indicating that it has less than half HP now.
Sure does.
Sure. Enjoy the 5 piercing damage from the
Ow.
teeth of just so many rats. Like, first you feel that one bite and you just try and look down, and then as you just kind of freeze to look at that one bite, like, just 3 more latch onto you, and it really, really stings a bit.
Ow.
Ow. Up to the top, hitting it with one of those rolls for me, Kellison.
I'll
What are you
Steve
doing?
a fucking point. Surely.
6 gold. That'll be real nice right now.
Yeah.
So I'll first roll for the dex because they're still not running away from the fire because they don't think it hurts yet. So also give me some fire damage.
Oh, nice. Oh, 5. And oh, nice. Here we are.
So this swarm of rats is more looking like a couple of rats now. Some of them had started to kind of like singe, not really understanding exactly fire bad. They had forgot to install GTFO, and there was no indication that they were in a don't stand. Those that were kind of smart enough to get away from the fire stood a bit too far away from the fire, not knowing what was coming. And not far from absolutely singed and charred rats, you have rats that are now frozen to be rat bricks. There are still a few rats that are kind of swarming around who just straight don't give a fuck that anything's died around them, who will continue to try and nibble at knees. But from the big swarm that came spewing out of the door to what remains in front of you, it's looking pretty beat up. As we move into Leon's turn.
Boom, greatsword.
Oh.
Gonna try and slice the last of them.
Yep. Instead of going down with the swing, you kind of decide, you know what, I'll take a horizontal swing and just picking up and cleaning up the last of the rat cunts. Killing off the remainder of this swarm of rats behind this one door for some reason. Only some sort of cobalt was still here to tell you don't open that door.
Well, that's done now. Hey, orc. You want some rat? A few of them are pretty well done.
I'm still fine, thanks.
Within the room that the rats were being kept in, it kind of looks like they were being regularly fed, as there's some scraps from various types of food
Oh
that
no.
even rats wouldn't have eaten. It looks like someone was breeding these rats.
Oh no. We killed his pets.
How would you guys like to proceed?
Shit. Quick before he sees. It's fine. I'm gonna ask the orc why didn't you fire breathe? Why didn't you breathe fire at them? At this point, I'm suspecting he's actually a half orc, half dragonborn because he can use breathe fire, and I have no fucking idea why.
It timed out. I
But
don't have.
what timed out? What are we talking about?
I don't have the smoke in my lungs anymore.
Smoke in your lungs? You don't smoke. I haven't seen you smoke once.
I don't need to. Smoke's coming out from my lungs.
Okay, the only time I've seen that is when you drank the stuff. You saying the stuff you drank let you breathe fire?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna get out the potion. So
Mhm.
this is what you're talking about. Gesture the vial of potion at the orc. This is what you use to breathe fire.
Yep, the one from the fountain.
All right, here you go, and I'm gonna give it to him.
Give it to me?
Yeah, I'm gonna hand it to you. There you go.
Huh.
Use it when you think you need to.
Thanks.
No worries. Well,
Mhm.
shall we check out where the kobolds went to?
Are we checking this room?
Oh, there's a room up there?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Alright.
You only walked past the door a couple of times, let's be fair.
That's fair. What type of door is it?
It is a wooden door, too unlike the other doors that you have seen.
Well, there's no way he's keeping 2 swarms of rats as pets, so I crack open the door. Oh,
Can
good.
you make a dexterity saving throw for me?
Oh no.
Oh, there.
Oh no.
Good night, everybody.
Now, can you make a constitution saving throw for me?
No, apparently I cannot.
As you open the door, a bucket of stuff comes flying at your face. You are absolutely fucking drenched in what looks like awful, unsuitable for goblins or kobolds to eat. Random garbage from you don't know where. And large amounts of fecal matter from you're not really sure what. Just cover you. Although you do not sustain any damage, you're considered poison for the next minute.
Fuck.
Within this room appears to be a number of kobolds who kind of cower when they see someone kind of come in, like they're being a bit concerned as they're kind of shifting towards what looks like their weapons.
Alright, I'm gonna just like swear and step back from the door and try to like wipe the shit off of myself, just kind of ignoring the kobolds.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything?
I guess I'll step up and offer him some water, I guess, to kind of help him wash it off.
I'm already
I
my
have
berating.
What?
I will ready my berating.
One of the kobolds just kind of walks up to the door and closes it.
That's fair.
Right, well, I'm gonna spend the minute trying to clean the shit off of my clothes in order to get unpoisoned.
There seems to be something being said behind the door in almost hushed tones, like, fuck. Quick, set it up again. I don't need to go. You go.
Okay.
And some pretty violent noises that don't sound like they're coming from someone's mouth in the background.
Fuckers. Alright. Am I free? Has it been a minute?
Carlson was going to say he was going to do something, and then he giggled a bit.
Take a moment to appreciate the noises coming from the room, and then knock on the door and ask in Draconic, friends of Yostrel?
Replying back with, in again, Draconic. Yes?
Want to kill goblins?
Yes?
We friends of Yostrel come with?
No.
Meepo said you should come with.
Meepo dumb.
That I just give a nod and step away from the door.
The door is very closed and they do not see you nod.
Yeah, sure.
I'd say it's been a minute. You're clean now, Corgo.
I kick the door. I don't kick it in. I just kind of kick it to make a loud noise and scare the kobolds on the other side a bit as I walk past.
As you walk past, you kick open the door. Because they have not had time to set up another trap. There's just a kobold sitting or squatting over a bucket at the back as the others just kind of look at the door, swing open, and then just slowly creak closed again.
Okay.
I wait at the corner and see if he's going to kick it again.
Okay. I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna walk off. Oh, fuck.
Okay. Where are you guys headed?
If we're not gonna enter that door, I think I'm gonna call it.
All right.
Oh, okay.
We have been playing with for 11 hours now, so I think that's fair.
I want to know what the fucking. I want to go talk to the fucking wormling.
Next time.
Yeah.
Next time on Introductory Adventure, we learned if that kobold ever got over its stage fright and finished taking a shit in a bucket.
How much of that is in your adventure guide and how much of that did you wing?
It's a solid mix. It's a solid mix.
Was the trap really a shit bucket?
So it is very close to a shit bucket. It's not necessarily their shit, but I didn't know how to deal with the fact that you guys just walked away from a room without trying to interact with the occupants. I'm like, anyone's shit will do, I guess. It's pretty explicit about where the shit came from, but no one stopped to think about what sort of shit is it. Nor would anyone be able to discern that. It just doesn't matter.
The way they just closed the door.
I mean, comparatively, you just walked away from the door like it was nothing.
I just imagine, like, in frustration, I just fucking walk away and just try to, like, clean my shit off of the clothes, rather than like try to kill them or anything. It seems pointless.
Everything but the kobold so far, you've just like been in instant combat. Like they've tried to kill you, and you've like, I can react directly to this. Your interactions with the kobold so far is, you look hungry, here's food, and bluffing your way past a guard who clearly was not suitable for the job.
What? We're friends of kobolds. we're gonna finish this mission, come out and be like, well, we didn't save your kids, but we did make friends with about 8 or so kobolds. Can they come too?
You bring 8 kobolds into the main campaign. So yeah, I'm hoping people enjoyed that.
Oh,
Yeah, it's fun.
definitely.
Thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
See how we go next week. I don't know who isn't on. I don't know if we'll continue this. I assume we will. There's no reason to do anything other than this. How far through this are we, roughly?
Oh, we made it a solid maybe 25% of the way.
Are you joking? This is only 25% of the way through this thing?
Yeah, we're only on the first map.
Oh my god. Are we going slower than, like, we should be?
Depends.
Scott did say earlier that most of their runs of this book takes months.
No, that's the campaign, the module we're playing after this. This is just an introduction to get a feel for like some of the more finite mechanics and get a feel for exploration combat through what is in essence a dungeon crawl. There is people who will give you social interactions. Meepo probably knows a thing or more about where you like this area and probably would have been pretty forthright with more information had you have not just tried to shut him up and walk past him.
Sure. I didn't know where that was. I figured that if I asked too many questions or took to him for too long, he'd just pull a knife on me.
Yeah, maybe. That one single cobalt might have done that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
There was more information you probably could have grabbed from the gnome, but
Yeah.
that was also, you know, understanding what questions you might be interested in knowing the answer to. I wouldn't expect you to like.
Kind of tried to ask him everything, but I couldn't think of anything else. I mean, dudes came in, got captured, hurt the humans. It's his life, I guess.
Yeah, once in a while. Yeah, asked him about the fruit. I mean,
That was a good one.
well,
Yeah.
Nobody
I
else
should have asked him how he knew about the fucking fruit.
Well, yeah.
Should have seen if he had any coins to pay us for saving his life, but that also felt a bit mean.
I mean, I also assumed the goblins would have searched him.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I can spoil that and say, yeah, he definitely had nothing on him, and he barely had the clothes on his back.
Good. I won't lose any sleep over not shaking him down for a few pennies then.
But yeah, he, unlike the party, had done a lot of research and knew a lot about this area, so Luckily, that NPC is gone from the campaign for now.
It's okay. We didn't deserve it.
Again, it doesn't. It's like I knew about the area. Like, could ask him about the dragon if he knew about the dragons and
You could
everything
have.
like that. But it's just, I don't know. Kind of feels like there's other people in the game.
Yeah, we're all playing. We all
Yeah.
sure all don't know what to ask.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's all fun. I mean, it's been an interesting telling of this story from what you guys have decided to do so far. The ways you've tried to interact with the world. You've definitely killed a lot of things. A couple of things have killed you. Like, it's been fun.
Mm-hmm.
That was some fucking bullshit. This is not designed for 3 level 1s to come through. I've even,
It's as if I had asked 5 people to play and then 3 showed up.
yeah, pretty much, right?
The room with the skeletons in it probably also was a bit. It would have been better if it was only 2 or 3 at most. I think 4 was probably too many. But if it wasn't for the high rolls, it probably would have been fine.
Yeah, they literally didn't miss us if fucking single attack either.
Oh, and then on damage, they rolled above average.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah. Looking forward to next week, assuming that's happening.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, same.
Our only thing of note is I've got